Yo, what is up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here with Will Mantho. How you doing, Will?
How's it going, guys? I never expect you to talk to me right after that. I'm always ready to talk to the camera. Sorry, guys.
It's all good. I'm working on my intros, ask you how you doing. You say, how are you doing, Will?
I'm doing pretty well, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, what's been going on in the world of Will Mantho?
Nothing much.
Working?
Just working. Playing some old decks with Andrew Mahone.
Nice.
It's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Speaking of old decks, we've got some wonderful, old at this point. How old is 2016?
7 years.
7 years?
6.5, I guess.
6.5 years. So, dang. Yeah. This format would be like in first grade right now.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy to think about. 2016, and this isn't just like 2016 Worlds format.
No.
And this isn't 2017 Worlds format. This is an in-between format that I have built, which I think is fun about deck collections, is that you don't have to just build the World Championship format. In fact, a lot of years, the World Championship format's kind of arbitrary.
Yeah, it's kind of bad, too.
Sometimes it's definitely not the best format of the year.
No, like 2016 Worlds, that's why nobody builds that format.
No, 2016 Worlds, I think, is like one of the
worst.
One of the worst formats.
Yeah, you had like Vileplume, you had Mega, you had Greninja was a big deck, and when Greninja's the best deck in the format, it's a bad format. So
that's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had 2016 Worlds. There was Vileplume, yeah, Mega. What are you talking about?
Wasn't that the senior deck that won?
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't remember it all, man. 2016 Worlds, in my mind, is just Night March, Greninja, and Trevenant.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like
those
are the
lame decks,
Yes. Those are the three decks. I played Greninja at Worlds. I went like 1-3 drop.
I can't believe... Why'd you play Greninja, man?
I would never play Greninja again.
Yeah.
It was a terrible decision. Well, I could tell that it was the deck I hated playing against the most.
Yeah.
So then I was like, well, we should just play it.
Yeah, so you play the mirror all day.
And, I ended up playing against a bunch of Trevenants and just getting bodied. Yeah, turn 1 Trevenant, you lose.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. So 1-3 is respectable. Quit playing with me. For context, at 2015 Worlds, I got 9th place. And then 2016 Worlds, we went 1-3 drop. So it was... it was rough. But shortly after that terrible showing at the World Championships, I would go on to finish 2nd place at the Fort Wayne Regional Championships, which was just after rotation. And what format was this? It was like
Primal Clash to Evolutions.
Primal Clash to Evolutions. So I would go on to finish 2nd place at the Fort Wayne Regional Championships in the Primal Clash through Evolutions format, which was kind of a funny in-between format. And we have it built just because we have all these cards, and I kind of, the format I've got some fond memories of, so we have it constructed. And this is actually your deck,
yes, this is
Will.
my deck.
And you said you played Volcanion at Fort Wayne Regional Championships in 2016. So tell us a little bit about the deck and a little bit about your experiences with the format, what you remember about it.
Well, the first thing I'll say is that this is a much better list than I played at that tournament. It was my first tournament, coming back into the game from, I took a year hiatus, my first year Masters. So, I came back right after Volcanion came out and I was like, oh, this deck's cool. I'll play it. But yeah, this deck, Volcanion changed a lot in 2017 since, Garbodor came out and you couldn't play a lot of items, but this is before that. And even before Vileplume Decidueye was a thing. So also this format is the last format before Sun and Moon came out. So I think it's a relevant format to build in that sense.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's like literally the end of the XY era.
Yeah, the end of the XY era. So it's kind of like the last hurrah for these, like, Max Elixir, Trainer's Mail, Turbo style decks. Like, you had Turbo Dark, and then you had this deck. And this deck, basically the point is to get your Volcanion out, use Power Heater to put energy on your bench Volcanion EX, and then Steam Up, you just discard energy from your hand, and your Fire Pokemon attacks do 30 more damage that turn. But my experience at the event, I was far more worried about the Michigan-Ohio State game that was happening at the same time. And I was...
what team are you rooting for there, Will?
Michigan, of course.
Ah, yes.
And I was following the game on my phone during my rounds.
During your rounds?
Yeah, I was like 1 and 2. I was on my phone just looking at the score. Multiple judges just came over and didn't care because they obviously knew that was far more important than whatever was happening currently at the table. So, yeah.
I wish you guys could have seen 2016 Will. It is peak like sports,
Oh, don't even. Yeah,
sports, not only sports obsession, but like, dude, if a game didn't go well, like you'd be down for like a month.
Oh, I'm still down for a month.
It might mess up your whole year, bro.
Oh, it does, dude. Like when the Guardians lost to the Yankees this past year, I was sad for like 2 weeks afterward. It's rough out here being a sports fan because you got to put your investment into something, and when that doesn't work out, oh well.
Oh well. Yeah.
It's fine though.
For sure. So Volcanion. Now this is a format with Garbodor, right?
Yep.
I mean, we've got, and this is the deck that I played to a second place finish at the Fort Wayne Regional Championships in 2016 was Yveltal Garbodor. And what's funny is like this was actually this was before I knew Azul. This was like I had just heard of dude, and I knew he was pretty good, as he had just won a regional championship in this same format with Yveltal Garbodor. And I had Azul's list built, and I was testing games against it, trying to beat it, and I was having a hard time beating it. So, like, the night before the tournament, it was just like, oh, well, if I'm having a hard time beating Azul's list, why don't we just play that?
Yeah.
So then I basically sleeved up Azul's list, but then I cut the Super Rod because I was like, yeah, that card is for losers, and I added a third Parallel City, baby. Okay, so that's what we did. That was our spice in this list, and I was like, well, why in the world would you need to play a Super Rod? Just don't discard your energy. Don't be bad, And that was kind of my thought process. And you could see how these kinds of gaming philosophies have carried with me over the years, as I still have that kind of opinion.
Yeah,
Who needs recovery cards, bro? Those cards stink. You're going to open it in your opening hand and Juniper it away. There's no point. And then Parallel City is just the most broken stadium card of all time. So
that's definitely not true. But
bro,
broken time space,
right.
forest giant plants, tropical beach.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, Parallel City, top five.
Top five, easily.
Top five. For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. Yeah. It's nuts. I mean, and you can see how dominant Parallel City is still in Gym Leader Challenge format. I mean, it just sees a ton of play. Can absolutely decide games. You pretty much have to like operate your Gym Leader Challenge deck under the assumption that your opponent could just smack this down and limit you to 3 bench at any point in the game.
Yeah.
So
also another thing about this format is the only tool removal was Beedrill EX, which for one colorless, I think discarded 2 tools in play. And nobody played it. I mean, I think some people played it at that tournament because it was the only way to get rid of the Garbodor tool. But, I mean, is it really worth it?
Right. So for context, Garbotoxin, and this is actually like really an interesting point, whether or not you think Garbotoxin is like good for the game. Ever since they printed Garbodor, they printed it in Dragons Exalted, and then they rehashed it in Breakpoint.
And it was in Legendary Treasures, too.
And Legendary Treasures. So 3 essential prints of the Garbotoxin ability, which shuts down all other abilities in play so long as this Pokemon has a tool card attached. So, like, this is a format-defining ability. I mean, I think every single format with Garbotoxin in it, this card was good, right?
Yeah, I think Garbotoxin is the best ability ever printed because, it's literally format defining. If your deck can't beat a Garbodor deck, then you should not be playing that deck.
Right, 100%. It enables entire new strategies that wouldn't otherwise exist. I personally think the Garbotoxin's fantastic for the game.
Yeah, it's probably the reason that formats are bearable because without that check to force Shaman on one turn or even Volcanion Steam Up, something needs to check all the broken abilities that we have. And formats where Garbodor is legal, I think it helps encourages more thoughtful deck building. It encourages more thoughtful decisions in your gameplay. And I think it's just a great card for the game.
I agree. Now, a lot of times Garbodor is accompanied by some sort of way to remove tool cards, though. So you have that give and take in deck building. There's the Garbodor decks that want to shut down abilities with tool cards placed on the Garbodor, and then you got the decks that want to use their abilities, so they'll play Tool Scrapper or Field Blower or whatever. Mm-hmm. And in this brief format, none of those were legal, as Will said.
Yeah.
So there was still a lot of ability decks out here trying.
Yeah.
Look at, these are our Gym Leader Challenge decks, but every single one of these decks is either a Garbodor deck or some ability deck that's trying to hang on.
Yeah, I mean, Volcanion relies on Steam Up to take knockouts, and it still did pretty well. I think two got top 8.
They did.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, it's fine.
And funny enough, I mean, I thought Volcanion was a totally free matchup for Yveltal.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, feed me Volcanions. I could beat that deck, no problem. I actually ended up losing round 1 of Fort Wayne Regional Championships to a Volcanion deck that I just didn't draw very well against, and and then I went on tear and stopped losing from there on out.
Mm-hmm.
But Will, how does anything about how the Volcanion matchup goes against Garbodor? What's your game plan playing Volcanion? What are you actually doing? I mean, when I turn off your, when Garbodor turns off your abilities, how do you operate?
Well, the main game plan is to ideally you would knock out a Trubbish with the baby Volcanion, so you can power heater as well. But if you end up getting the Garbodor out, you just get 3 energy on the Volcanion EX, Lysander up the Garbodor, and do 130 to it. I mean, that's all you can do. You hope that they can't knock you out in return, or that you're already far ahead, so you can just not get too caught up by the Garbodor. I mean, it's not that bad because you play this version of the deck plays Parallel City, which some decks played Skyfield, so you can just go off. But this version plays Parallel City because it's just far too good not to play. I mean, even in this deck, where paralleling your opponent to 3 reduces your damage by 40. I think is it 40?
20.
It's 20 because it's aura. Yeah. So you're doing 20 less damage with Volcanion, but paralleling to 3 is just so broken that you just have to play it. And you can also parallel yourself, too, to get rid of your, Shamans and Hoopa and stuff after you're done using them. Also play Delinquent, because every deck plays Parallel, so if you get paralleled to 3 before you get to, choose which Pokemon you want to parallel away, you can Delinquent, set up, and then parallel your opponent. Also, nobody expects Delinquent in Volcanion, so if, your opponent has 3 cards in your hand, you're like, oh, Delinquent. Yeah. Basically, it's just Lysander up that Garbodor or Trubbish and pray.
Take care of it, right? Yeah. I mean, this Garbodor deck only plays a 2/2 Garbodor line, so it's definitely possible to eliminate that threat. And also, want to shout out to Ahmed in the chat. I'm pretty sure you finished top 8 of this regional championship that we're talking about. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Ahmed was one of the Volcanions. Yeah.
I think you played Dragonite EX in it from Evolutions.
Yeah. So yes, there you go. Yeah, we're talking about Fort Wayne. Yes. So Ahmed, Uncle Habibi in the chat. Congratulations, 2016 top 8 finish at this format. So it's funny to get your to get your thoughts on the Volcanion deck as well. We didn't actually get to play at this tournament as we were on opposite sides of the bracket, but obviously a very strong finish. And I remember, yes, you actually you love Volcanion. I think this was not the only time you ever played Volcanion. I'm pretty sure you were a big Volcanion head from what I'm remembering.
Yeah.
Yes. You had Entei. Entei what?
Entei Ancient Origins. It did 20 plus 20 for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon.
Was that the one that could wear 2 tools?
No.
Ancient Origins.
It was the other one from that
Close Combat. Oh, Close Combat one?
Yeah, the one that does... It's a Mind Jack, basically, I think.
Oh, okay. So just like another single prize attacker.
Yeah, because deck had a horrible Mega Ray matchup, so...
There you go. Well, that makes sense. Yes. Cool. Sweet. Well, I'm excited to get into this gameplay. I'm thinking, what, we do Yveltal versus Volcanion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Now, Will, that's actually your deck that you had built, so yeah, that's pretty sweet. Like, Natalie and I have this format built, and I told Natalie, I was like, yeah, Will's going to play Volcanion. She's like, I don't think we got Volcanion built. And I was like, oh, Will does.
you bet I have Volcanion built.
Heck yeah, dude. So that's sick. I mean, when you have formats and stuff built, it's all about, like, what formats do your friends have built, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, you build some decks so that you can play with them, which is awesome. And I love that we have some of these in-between formats built because it really personalizes your collection as some people will have world championship decks built, other people will have in-between formats built, some people will have block formats built. What's funny is I actually think that wasn't XY was a block format. Was it officially like a world? There's some format.
Was it ever XY on?
Was it XY? I'm pretty sure it was just like
2015 maybe. Was XY on?
Was it Was the format ever XY to Evolutions?
Worlds or no?
Worlds was like
Siege,
to Steam, which was the set right before Evolutions,
which
right?
Evolutions only had to Starmie and Dragonite EX.
Right.
Anyway.
So basically, Worlds 2016 was basically a block format minus Evolutions.
Yeah.
Right. And it was terrible.
What a horrible format.
That's so funny. Is like you would expect, like, well, the game designers have been designing all these cards in a pool together. XY block should just be like a nice, cohesive, sensible format.
But it's not.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Just degeneracy to the nth degree. Total chaos.
Yeah.
Turn one, train item locks, ability locks, all that.
Yeah, a lot of, like Toad. Another really bad card for the game. Lysander's trump card got banned. That 2015 season was just bad. Like, Trevenant was really good. And then, they had to ban Lysander's trump card. Laser was still legal. Like, what were they thinking?
Yeah, it was craziness for sure. So the XY format definitely got... What's funny is that it was like the early XY cards, like, really made the format rough. And then, like, rotation helped the format quite a bit. And then this would go on to become one of my favorite formats, 2017 NAIC, right? So, like, the early Sun and Moon sets combined with, like, the late X and Y stuff was, like, actually great.
Great game design.
Yeah.
I think 2017 NAIC was, like, one of the last great formats. Like, we've had, like, universally loved format. Because, like, there was... All the matchups there were so many good decks, too. Like, you don't see formats nowadays with, like, 6 or 7, like, really good decks.
That could all, like, win the tournament.
All had decent matchups against each other. Like, none of the matchups were, like, that bad. Even, like, Volcanion Decidueye was, like, probably in Decidueye's favor. Even Metagross could take games off Volcanion. Like, it was such a good format. Very skill-based.
It really was.
And that was the first format with, like, Garbodor legal, or the new Garbodor.
Yes, Trashlanch.
Trashlanch Garbodor that really changed the way how people build their decks for, like, the next year.
It was the great equalizer because you'll see in these decks, there's a lot of Trainer's Mail versus Seekers.
You'll never see Trainer's Mail in a Garbodor Trashlanch format. That's, like, literally the card that...
It's got to be in, like, a Decidueye Force of Giant Plants deck.
Yeah,
it's like the only way.
Yeah.
Yeah, Metagross GX. Gosh, that deck, dude.
That deck was so sick. That's one of the coolest decks ever, probably.
For sure. The fact that Metagross GX actually was, like, good in that format is so nuts.
Yeah.
Just an attacking stage 2 GX deck.
Yeah, it just matched up really well against
Yeah.
like Grandpa Guard.
Heck yeah, it did. I know. I was scared of that deck for
Yeah,
sure.
it's terrifying.
You know what I absolutely love about these old decks is that these are just all of our old cards. These are the exact Yveltals that I played at this regional championship. As you can see, they're just like totally, like creased in half or whatever. But like I remember, I played these silly pink promos.
I love I think that's the best art.
I agree. Yeah, this is definitely my favorite Yveltal EX art. But the cards are so soft to shuffle, bro. My God, they're so broken in. None of my standard decks feel like this, bro.
Yeah.
Every single card in this deck is like bent in half. Yeah, shuffling these feels great. So turn 1 rules back then. This was before the turn 1 no supporter deal.
Yeah,
right?
just no attack.
No attack. That was it. So you could play a supporter turn 1, and you've got Shaman EX to draw cards. I mean,
Absolutely.
just a whole bunch of awesome stuff. We don't need any V-star markers, no GX markers. This is, before GX.
Good old classic Pokemon.
Yeah, good old classic Pokemon for sure. Okay.
You want to roll?
Yeah. Would you like heads or tails?
Heads.
I'll go first.
Yep. Good luck. All right. Got a basic Pokemon.
I do not. 3 Ultra Balls, though.
Very nice.
And then let's set up a prediction. So you guys can bet some points on. Yeah, let's do it. Who's going to win? I heard that the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live is completely unplayable this week, so...
Is it really?
Yeah, there's just an update that apparently turned the game into a total...
Bugfest?
Yeah, well, it's like unplayable, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I'm very thankful for this, The graphics look sick on this client, honestly. Yeah, honestly. Dang, and you could play any format on this client? This is nuts.
Man, that's insane.
I know. Yeah, so that's tough. As I know, a lot of people unable to do their online tournaments and stuff like that. And let's see, we'll do 2 minutes. Start. Okay, cool. There you go. Yo, Brandon, if you don't mind running predictions, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Okay. This deck's broken.
Yeah, man, I bet you started the baby Yveltal. Take my mulligan.
Yeah, man, I bet you started the baby.
That card's broken.
That card is broken, dude.
I can't believe that card isn't talked about more, how good that card is.
Yeah, that card is busted.
All right, you going first?
Yes, good luck.
Good luck. Yeah, you did.
Yes.
You want to talk about that card a little bit?
I will, yes. I'll draw for turn. Now, I've got an incredible opener here. Yveltal from Breakthrough. Let's talk about this card. Yveltal is a 130 HP basic Pokemon with the ability Fright Night, which reads, as long as this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, each Pokemon tool card in play has no effect. So it stops Float Stone and it stops Fighting Fury Belts, which are the 2 best tool cards at this time. I mean, those are tool cards that still get played in expanded format, Gym Leader Challenge format. Those are 2 of the best tool cards ever printed for sure. And they are in almost every deck as there's no tool removal. No. So a lot of decks play those because they just get to stick the whole game. So being able to turn those off is very good, and it just makes your opponent's game way more... It makes your opponent's game plan way more difficult to achieve. And then the attack, Pitch Black Spear, costs a darkness and 2 colorless energy. It does 60 damage and 60 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon EX. So for just a darkness energy and a double colorless energy, you can start softening up all of your opponent's Pokemon EX so that Yveltal EX can easily dispose of them later in the game. Yeah, this thing's nuts.
Yeah, big problem against my deck because my Volcanion have 180 HP, and 18 divided by 6 is 3.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah. So we're just
yeah.
mathing things out perfectly. All right. I'll attach a Darkness Energy to Yveltal and play down Parallel City, which is why we play 3.
Yes.
Because the first player to get Parallel City in play is going to be at a huge advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bench Yveltal EX, and since we're playing like it's 2016, I can use Professor Sycamore on the first turn of the game, going first to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. Oh, yeah, Will. You're in trouble. We have got everything we need to set up a turn 2 Garbodor going first. I'll play Ultra Ball, discarding Garbodor and Trainer's Mail.
Mm-hmm.
And what's funny about this format is Ultra Ball was the only ball search card that really saw play.
Yeah.
Right?
Were there any
others?
level ball wasn't legal?
Nest Ball.
No, wait, level ball was legal.
Level Ball was legal, but like decks didn't really play it.
No, yeah, no reason to.
You know, you had Level Ball. Was it in Breakpoint? Or
it was an Ancient Origins?
Ancient Origins, that's right.
So
yes,
it was
yes,
still
yes.
legal.
Yeah.
I know the Vileplume deck played it, I'm pretty sure.
And then
Maybe?
Nest Ball wouldn't get released till Sun and Moon base set.
Yeah.
So obviously Nest Ball is like a great search card, but it wasn't out yet.
And even when it came out, didn't really see much play. It's like some decks. I know the Lapras deck played it when it came out.
Right. So that's the thing. And then Ahmed in the chat is saying, remember when your turns were only 2 minutes apiece? I mean, seriously, though. Like, we're taking a long time because we're talking and, you know, chit-chatting or whatever. But seriously, I mean, there just weren't that many game actions to complete during your turn. So the volley back and forth between players was a lot more natural, a lot more, you know, a better pace to it, honestly, which makes the game a lot more fun when players get to, you know, play, you know, more quickly. Off of Ultra Ball, I'll grab Trubbish. Off of Ultra Ball, I'll grab Trubbish, and I'll put it onto my bench. So with only 4 ball search cards, you know, setting up a 2-2 stage 1 line does not always happen turn 2.
Yeah, definitely not a guarantee.
Definitely no guarantee. You got to draw kind of well. And really, the Trainer's Mail, a lot of times it's just to help you find Ultra Balls or Supporter. You know, it's nice because it can do either of those. I'll bench Yveltal EX, and I'll pass to you.
I'll draw for my turn. I have a very unfortunate opening hand here because I have 2 of my 3 energy retrievals in my hand and a Sycamore. So I think I'm just like forced to get rid of it because can't do anything else. I'll attach Floatstone on the Volcanion even though it has no effect. I'll Steam Up.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Here, Steam Up again. I was like, you can't, Garbodor's up. No, it's not.
Okay, I'll Steam Up. And then I will play Professor Sycamore. And let's see what we get off this. Okay. Not the worst. Since I didn't draw any energy in these 7 cards, I'm going to play the Max Elixir first because I think the math's better that way. We'll go top 6, energy to one of my bench basic Pokemon. And the deck plays 12 fire energy, I think. So odds are pretty good that you're going to hit it.
Yeah, missing Max Elixir in a Volcanion deck feels horrendous.
Yeah, you need like, I mean, you do have power here, but still, it's pretty necessary for the deck.
And you just play so many energy. Now, we've got a similar card, Electric Generator, in standard format right now, where you only get to look at the top 5. Max Elixir is 6, but you only get 1 energy.
Yep. I think I will... Do I Trainer's Mail or Max Elixir again? That's the real question.
Trainer's Mail.
Yeah, you're right. Trainer's Mail. I'll grab the Versus Seeker because I don't need the Fighting Fury belt. And you saw the Hoopa there. The Hoopa EX has an ability when you play on your bench, you can search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon EX and put them in your hand. So ideally, without parallel, you just go Ultra Ball for Hoopa, get Shaman to Volcanion EX, and set up from there. But we cannot do that because we are under parallel and no Ultra Ball. So, I will play second Max Elixir. Another Fire.
Thank goodness that hit. I was going to feel like a jerk for suggesting the Trainer's Mail first when you saw Fire Energy, and then if it missed... I mean, technically it was the correct play because you thin the Trainer out of your deck, which increases the odds that you find the Fire, but it always feels bad to do the right thing and get punished.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah, always.
So my game plan next turn is to hopefully Lysander up that Trubbish and take a knockout because I need to do that. Otherwise it's going to get real bad for me.
Thank you, James, for that raid. Appreciate it. Shout out to James TCG.
I will bench Shaman set up for 3. We're really hoping to find an Ultra Ball there so I can find the baby Volcanion.
You do have your final energy retrieval.
I do. I need to save that, though.
At least you don't miss an energy attachment. Do you have one in the discard?
Yeah. I don't think it's worth it to play, though. Man. My Max Elixir now?
Show us the hand wheel.
Yeah. So this is what I got. I was hoping to find an Ultra Ball. I think I saved the Max Elixir just in case Andrew has any evil ball shenanigans on my Volcanion. So I can't retreat, so I will pass the turn to you.
Draw for turn. Now this is part of what makes Yveltal from Breakthrough so good. Shaman EX is a card that sees play in a ton of decks. I mean, almost every deck relies on Shaman EX to help set up, and Pitch Black Spear is a 2-hit KO on a bench Shaman EX. So you get to punish your opponent for setting up or trying to draw as many cards as they can before Garbodor comes into play. I'll attach double colorless energy to my active Yveltal and evolve Trubbish into Garbodor. Then I'll play Versus Seeker to get the Professor Sycamore back from my discard pile and put it into my hands. And then I'll play Professor Sycamore to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. Unfortunately, I was not able to find a tool card to turn off Will's abilities, but that's okay. I'll use Max Elixir. Dang, swing and a miss. Now, this deck only plays like 9 basic darkness energy, so you miss Max Elixirs all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that deck, it's fine, though.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, them Max Elixirs barely hit.
I actually wanted you to find the tool there because it would have turned off the Yveltal, so I could retreat. I think you just purposely didn't draw the tool just for
the optimal gameplay?
Yeah, because it's much better.
Yeah, leaving Pitch Black Fright Knight is actually worse for you than Garbotoxin right now, I think.
Yeah, right now, for sure.
Do you play any like actual Switch in there?
No, I play Olympia.
Olympia. So sick.
Yeah.
Me too.
I think it plays 2 Escape Rope. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. I'll play my second Max Elixir. All right.
There you go.
Let's go. That's fine. All we needed is 1.
Yeah.
Last card magic there. Always the 6th card. All right, and with that, I'll use Pitch Black Spear to do 60 damage here and 60 damage to your Volcanion EX.
Makes sense. Draw for turn. I drew the second Shaman. I think here I have to N because I don't want to get rid of my energy retrieval. It just feels real bad. Max Elixir? 3 fire energy. I will play N.
All 3 of those fire energy attachments are from Max Elixirs.
That's pretty sick.
That's super funny.
Hoping here to draw an escape rope would be ideal because I could take any knockout I want potentially right now. Because there's no tool on that Garbodor, so.
It's true. Yeah, escape rope would be nasty. I'd have to give you the Yveltal with the no energy on it.
Yeah.
So that could be like a nice 2-prize take for you.
Yeah, before you get to pick apart my board with Pitch Black Spear.
Yeah, that's the game plan for us. We're just gonna keep doing that.
Yeah, fair. All right, 6 cards for each of us.
Yep.
I did not draw the escape rope. Man, I really wish you put that tool on that Garb.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, like, dang, yeah, not setting this up was perfect.
Yeah, because I had less in my hand last turn. I think I'm gonna bench Baby Volcanion and attach for turn and pass to you.
Draw for turn. All right, well, I do finally find Floatstone. So if I want to, I could turn off abilities, but as we can see, this Volcanion is mega stuck right now.
Yeah.
So I don't think I actually want to do that at all. I'll attach a double colorless energy to my Yveltal, and I actually like this hand. It's got a lot of options in it. It's got a lot of double colorless energy in it as well, which is what makes this deck run. So I think I'm cool to just hang out for a turn and then decide if I want to end, if Will does something big the following turn. But as it is, right now, I think he's kind of stuck, and my hand is good. So I'm just going to hang out and use Pitch Black Spear to do 60 damage to your active and 60 damage to your benched Volcanion EX.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out here. Could take 2 knockouts next turn if you really wanted to. Let's see. So I do have the option to only steam up twice if I have Fisherman. I think here my only play is to Olympia and just knock out that Yveltal and make you take a knockout with the EX because it prevents the 60 knockout on here because I'll heal 30 with Olympia. And you don't have a Fighting Furry Belt on the active and a tool on the Garb, so I think I will Olympia. So heal 30. Switch into the active. Attach for turn. And Volcanic Heat for 130.
Cool. Yveltal goes down and Will takes a prize. I'll promote Yveltal EX and draw for turn. Now I discarded my other Garbodor, so this Trubbish does not need to be here. However, I could play it down just so that I don't draw back into it again. I think that that's probably fine. I'll bench Trubbish, and I'll attach Floatstone to Garbodor. I'll attach a double colorless energy to my benched Yveltal EX, and I'll play N.
That deck is so broken.
So broken, dude.
Crazy said that deck was like a thing in 2014 too, and this is still really good.
Yveltal was, this Yveltal was released in X and Y base set.
Yeah, and it was legal because of that promo, I think.
It was. This was back before they did like
the alternate art thing.
Yes, before they did the alternate art thing. So anytime a card got a promo, its legality reset.
Yeah, like Burst Seeker was only legal this format because of that secret rare, I think.
That's so crazy.
In like Ancient Origins or something like that.
Yes.
Or
You're right.
I think it was in Roaring Skies.
It was Evolving Skies.
Or Roaring Skies.
Or Roaring Skies.
Evolving Skies is the new set.
That's right. Yeah. All right. Roaring Skies. Roaring Skies? Is that what it?
Roaring Skies.
Roaring Skies. God, that feels weird to say. Yeah. Yeah. That's so crazy. Right. There was a gold version in Roaring Skies.
Yep. And that's the only reason it was legal.
Yeah. So legality used to be like very funny.
Yeah. It's pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah.
5 cards.
And I get 6. Now I attached the tool to Garbodor, so no more abilities. The only ability that this deck plays other than Garbotoxin is Shaman EX for setup, but that's just to help you draw in the early game.
Yep.
I'll Ultra Ball, discarding Shaman EX. Well, that's fine. I'll Ultra Ball, discarding Shaman EX and Professor Sycamore.
Mm-hmm.
And off of the Ultra Ball, I'll grab Yveltal and put it into my hand. Now, Yveltal EX has 2 really good attacks. This card was printed in X and Y base set, and it stayed good all the way up until the time that it... it stayed good. It actually, I'd say it fell off like when Sun and Moon started coming out.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Like that. So this was like the end of Yveltal's reign, you know? And then when Sun and Moon came out, like the card finally was getting power crept away with like GX Pokemon like Drampa GX and stuff. Like, we're just better than Yveltal.
Yeah.
I think actually explicitly Drampa GX is what ruined this card.
Yeah, because like the deck just became Drampa Garb.
Yeah.
And not Yveltal Garb anymore.
Right. So this was Yveltal's last hurrah. Drampa GX could use Righteous Edge to remove the double colorless energy, and then with Berserk could just do 180. So, who cares about Yveltal anymore? But Yveltal is really good. Evil Ball does 20 damage plus 20 more damage for each energy attached to both active Pokemon, so it ramps up as your opponent attaches more energy. And then Y Cyclone really jives well with this deck, allowing you to preserve energy by moving an energy from the Yveltal EX to your bench, which really helps with the flow of this deck since you're not using abilities to get your energy into play or anything like that. I'll bench Yveltal, and I'll play Max Elixir. There we go.
Another hit.
I'll attach the Darkness energy to Yveltal on the bench.
Yep.
Just to have that option. If I want to go Pitch Black Spear, I can. I've already attached Return this turn.
Yep.
Now, there's no fear at all of you knocking me out.
Nope.
So, but I still think it's good to move a double colorless energy back. At this point, I'm just like mapping out my prizes. That's fine. I'll use Y Cyclone to deal 90 damage for the knockouts, and I'll move this double colorless energy back to Yveltal.
Sure. Promote the Volcanion EX for the Floatstone. Draw a card. You have 4 cards in hand? Sorry.
I do.
That's unfortunate.
He's trying to delinquent me.
Yeah. Is it still worth it though? Like getting rid of the parallel? All right, let's see what I get off this trainer's mail. think I like that Ultra Ball. So I could do a couple things. I could Lysander up something. Nah, that's bad. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to Ultra Ball away both babies for another Volcanion EX.
Got someone in the chat say, I'd do anything to see Andrew play Pika Pads one more time. What if I told you we also have that format built? So, yeah, could be a reality. One of these days, we'll queue up whatever 2018 Pika Pads format.
Yeah, I have Zappies from that format.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was another fun format.
It was probably the last decent format.
Yeah, those decks were definitely chunky and awkward, but
before like Reshizard and Welder came out.
Right. Yeah, the Sun and Moon before Unbroken Bonds.
Bench Volcanion. And then honestly, I don't think it's worth it to delinquent you. I'd rather wait till I have my own parallel. And I can Burst Seeker for the delinquent anyway. I think I'll Sycamore. All right. That's not terrible. Attach for turn. Retreat. And Power Heater for 20. Put one fire here and another one there. And your go.
I'll draw. Okay. Let's think. That thing's got 90 on it.
90 left.
90 left. Yeah, cool. All right. It's time. I'll attach a Darkness Energy to my active Yveltal, attach Fighting Fury Belts to Yveltal, and use Versus Seeker to get back Lysander.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll use Lysander to bring up your Volcanion EX.
Yep.
And you can see how fast Evil Ball's damage ramps up. There's only 2 energy on both these Pokemon, but I'm doing 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 110 damage for 2 energy, which is just super good.
Yeah.
I'll use Evil Ball for 110 damage for the knockouts. And thanks to Fighting Fury Belts, my Yveltal EX now has a massive 210 hit points.
That is correct. I'll promote Shaman. Draw. You have 4 cards in your hand again?
I do.
What the heck, dude? I shouldn't have told you about the delinquent. That's the whole point of the card.
I'm not even playing around it, bro. I'm just getting lucky.
Oh, yeah, you're just getting lucky playing
Yeah, I'm
around
not
it?
even thinking about that, to be honest.
Unintentionally playing around delinquent.
Yeah, I'm just a huge sack right now.
Put a float on the Shaman. How much? You got a bunch of HP left, huh?
Yes, I do. I've got 190 to be precise, which you cannot hit with this Garbodor here.
No, I cannot. I'll attach for turn to the baby Volcanion. And N.
Now, what's crazy is that N is a format-defining card as well. It changes the way the decks are built, so the way the games play out, and we've got an N similar card coming out in Paldea Evolved with Iono, and I think that it's been a long time since we've had this kind of comeback card in the format.
Yeah, since 2018 Worlds.
That's like 5 years. So
yeah, I get 5 cards. You get 2. Hopefully that 2 cards weren't Lysander Energy. Power Heater. And I'm only going to choose one of my bench Pokemon.
Okay.
Actually, I do have to choose 2. Never mind. Sorry, guys. All right. Go ahead.
I'll draw. Well, I do have Lysander Energy, but it's not game yet. The thing has 110 hit points.
Is it not? How is it not?
Oh, you got an energy on it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're bodied.
I have to do it.
Yep. I'll attach an energy to Yveltal EX and Lysander up Shaman EX.
Yep.
And I'll use Evil Ball for the knockouts.
20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 110.
There you go.
Yeah,
Boom.
nice.
And that's game. 2, 4, 6. Just like that.
All right. I will be going first in our game 2.
All right, Will. All right. So that one didn't go great for you.
Nope.
What do you think? What do you want to happen differently in game 2?
Well, I want to go first, set up Hoopa EX, and parallel myself down to 1 baby Volcanion and 3 EXs, so you cannot parallel me before I can set up the way I want.
Yeah, you could see how that turn 1 parallel going first was a real big difference maker in that matchup, limiting you to just 3 bench Pokemon. And then when you want to use Shaman EX to set up, that's one of your bench spots.
Yeah.
So that definitely hindered your setup. And with Pitch Black Spear, I mean, that was like my perfect opener with that little Yveltal. So that also helped to slow you down. Now, going first comes with a bunch of advantages. What do you think is what's really gonna help going first? I mean, are you gonna be able to chase down my Trubbish, you think?
Yeah, it just gives me an extra turn to chase down your Trubbish. Especially if you start the Trubbish, when I go first, it's like it's huge swing if you even start the Trubbish at all. Even if I knock out one, you still have to find the other. If you prize the other, you're kind of like, oh well, don't play Super Rod. So
this matchup can definitely get out of hand if the Volcanion player pops off early. So we're hoping that maybe we can avoid that in game 2, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. Also hope to start the baby Volcanion instead of the EX.
Yeah, getting that EX trapped, that was terrible.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'll go first. Okay. Cool. I keep forgetting I can't do 3 and 3.
Okay.
Take my mulligan.
All right, good luck.
Good luck. Man starts the Yveltal again. I'll draw for turn. And wow. Quite the hand here.
Show us what you got, Will.
This is this is what I got.
Turn 1, turn 2 delinquent.
Yeah, turn 2. You could just play into it. I think that actually allows me to parallel you now. Attach for turn. Bench the Volcanion. And Max Elixir. Oh, Ultra Ball was the next card. That's unfortunate. Setting up 2 baby isn't that bad. Because, if you can just sit there with 1 for a bit, and Yveltal only does damage to the benched EX with its attack. So he is safe on the bench.
Yeah, this Yveltal is actually a terrible attacker into single prize Pokemon.
Yeah.
3 for 60 is not good.
No. And if we have a belt on it, doesn't even do anything because of its own ability. So you can't even 2-shot my guy without the Garb. Go ahead.
I'll draw. Well,
that's quite the hand there.
I've got all 3 of my Fighting Fury belts in my opening hand. So this is awkward. I don't really have anywhere useful to put them. I can attach one to Yveltal, but its own Fright Knight ability turns it off. So that's sweet.
It's still good in the future, though.
It is. If I can get Garbodor set up, then the tool card will work. I'll attach Fighting Fury belts to Yveltal, and it is definitely not worth using setup for 1 card. So especially when I am paralleled. I'll play Professor Sycamore to discard my hand and draw 7 cards.
Yep.
Bench Trubbish. Yeah, it's awkward, but that's fine. I'll attach a Darkness Energy to Yveltal and pass to you.
I'll draw for turn. Another Max Elixir. I am currently doing 0 damage because of Parallel City.
That's sick.
But so I could just like sit here, honestly. How many cards in your hand? Not 3?
5.
Okay. Yeah, I really want to draw like an Ultra Ball. An Ultra Ball would be insane because I could just go Ultra Ball, Delinquent, Hoopa, Shaman, do all the stuff I want, and then parallel myself. So I think I will Power Heater for 0 damage.
Sick. And no energy in the discard pile, so nothing. I'll draw. Now, this is a turn where you're hoping that the second Shaman EX is in the deck, but you haven't done a deck search yet, so you really don't know. So you're like, well, I hope it is. I'll play Trainer's Mail.
That's a pretty good card to have.
It is. And I'll take Parallel City.
Yep. Good thing you don't play Delinquent.
I know, no. My list did not play Delinquent, but Jimmy Pendarvis, who I played in the finals of the Fort Wayne Regional Championships, he did play Delinquent, and he delinquented me to a 0-card hand in the finals.
That's pretty sick.
It was an epic gamer moment for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was also playing 4 Max Elixir, and I was only playing 3, so I was bodied.
Mm-hmm.
I'll play Trainer's Mail again.
Another one.
Well. I don't want to end you, as I can tell that your hand is not quite good.
Yeah, I think you should end me.
So I'll take the Float Stone.
Aw, man, what the heck, dude?
I know.
Don't you want to play?
Well, yes, and I want to see if this... I think I'm going to see if this Shaman is in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
I'll play Ultra Ball, discarding Parallel City and Enhanced Hammer.
Enhanced Hammer, of course, useless in this matchup.
Yep. And there's my dude, Shaman EX. I'll grab Shaman off of the Ultra Ball and put it into my hand. This is tough, though, because the Shaman is going to eat up one of my bench spots, and I've only got 3, and the only stadium this deck plays is Parallel, so I cannot counter that.
Yeah, I'm just deciding what you can do right now.
Yes, you are.
Pretty cool, because normally Volcanion can't really do that.
No, it can't. This is not super typical for Volcanion to play Parallels themselves. But that's why I played 3, because being the first one to put Parallel into play was huge.
Yeah.
I'll evolve Trubbish into Garbodor, and I'll use Shaman EX's setup ability to draw 4 cards. Okay. Brother? I mean... I am getting a 2-hit KO if I just lock down the abilities now, and if you top deck Ultra Ball, you're not doing anything, so I think that that's probably just the wave. But I could Olympia and Sky Return. Did not play this. No, I skipped the end, dude.
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I could do that, which would be funny, but ultimately, I think not worth it. So I'll attach Floatstone to Garbodor and double colorless energy to Yveltal. With Garbotoxin online, my Fright Knight ability no longer works, meaning that Fighting Fury Belt is activated, giving Yveltal 40 more hit points and increasing its damage by 10, which makes Pitch Black Spear a lot more stomachable because I'm going to be doing 70 damage.
I'll draw for turn. And still no way to get out of this. Cards in hand, you have 4?
4.
Huh. So you have 170 hit points with that.
That's right.
I don't like that. What's Max Elixir? And ends the next card and no energy. Oh, man.
Oh, that feels terrible.
All right. It's fine. It's fine. So you have 4 cards in hand.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna attach my own Fighting Fury Belt to my active, so that Pitch Black Spear still becomes a 3-hit KO. Attach for turn. And Power Heater for 10 damage.
All right. I'll draw. Ooh. Okay. Let's think here. I know I'm stuck with, and you're attaching there. I know I'm stuck with 3 bench until you decide otherwise. 70 plus 70 plus 30 is 170? Okay. I think we go slow and steady. Or I could just let it rip with or I could just say, whatever. Yeah. Whatever, dude. I'll attach Darkness Energy to Shaman EX.
Sure.
And I'll use Versus Seeker to get Sycamore. I'll attach Floatstone to Shaman EX, and I'll play Professor Sycamore to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. Okay. I'll bench Yveltal EX and attach Floatstone to it. And I'll use Pitch Black Spear for 70 damage.
So I'm at 140. Draw for turn. Another Fighting Fury Belt. Cards in your hand.
5.
Fighting Fury Belt on the bench. And Power Heater for 10.
Draw for turn. Okay. I'll attach double colorless energy to Yveltal EX. And Pitch Black Spear for the knockouts.
Yep. Draw. Oh, and there's the Hoopa EX. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Power Heater for 10.
Not what you want to see.
Nope.
I'll Ultra Ball to thin my deck, discarding Lysander and N. And let's see. Off of the Ultra Ball, I'll grab Yveltal. Let's see if we can hit Max Elixir.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? You know? End this game.
Yeah. Put me out of my misery.
Yep, that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
I'll use Trainer's Mail. And off Trainer's Mail, I'll take N.
You should play the end just to give me a chance.
Nar.
What? You don't want to... I only have 5 cards in my discard pile.
Man, you're not doing much, are you?
Nah.
Nah.
Didn't even draw the energy there.
You can see how mad I was when I lost to Volcanion round 1 of Fort Wayne.
Yeah,
like,
what a horrible deck.
Yeah,
guys.
losing to Volcanion.
What a terrible deck.
This deck never does that. I'll play Max Elixir. Dang, swing and a miss. Ouch.
Play the end. Play the end.
I'll attach Darkness Energy from my hand to Yveltal EX and play Professor Sycamore to discard my hand and that N and draw 7 cards.
Unfortunate.
I'll Ultra Ball away Professor Sycamore and Parallel City. Oh yeah, I've got tons of energy in here. I'll grab Yveltal EX off of the Ultra Ball.
I wonder how much work it would take to do the math on every single Max Elixir you played.
Let's see. What do I have to hit? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 15. It's never going to be enough. All right. That's fine.
Just go for the 2-hit KO, man.
That's what I'm doing. I'll pitch Black Spear for 70.
Yeah. Draw. Ooh, I can start attacking now. How much cards in your hand?
I've got 5.
Okay, I'm gonna bench Hoopa.
For no effect because of Carbotoxin.
No effect. Delinquent.
Okay.
Discard the parallel.
That's fine. I'll discard these.
Yeah. How many parallel in here? No, you discarded a couple. 1, 2. Still 2 left. Or you have 1 left. See, if we were at the regional and I was actually playing against Andrew, I would think that he had 0 left because he's playing just 2 in this card. No one's playing 3 parallel. Who would do that? Attach for turn.
A madman.
And Steam Artillery for 110.
Holy smokes. This is not what you want.
Nah.
No. The turn, 5 Steam Artillery?
Yeah.
I'll draw for turn. And I'll attach Darkness Energy to Yveltal EX and play Max Elixir. There we go. Grab another Darkness Energy and attach that to Yveltal EX. We're building a huge Yveltal, which is pretty much what this deck does, is shuts things down. It's very annoying. And then you get the world's biggest Yveltal and just go knockout game.
Yeah, with the belt on that thing is huge.
Huge, yep. Let's see. So, Pitch Black Spear is not taking the knockout. Yes, we need to actually, let's get this moving here.
Yeah.
I'll retreat into Yveltal EX. And I'll use Evil Ball for the knockouts.
Sure you will. You have 3 cards in your hand?
I've got 2.
2? Well, that means I can delinquent you down to 0 cards. I think that's a win in and of itself. Delinquent.
Okay. My little hand is gone.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but you're not doing anything.
Nope.
Let's see. I'm doing 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, you got no energy to help, no hands, nothing.
Nope.
All right. I'll Evil Ball for 120 damage.
Draw for turn. Why cinder up that Yveltal?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Draw. I'll use Versus Seeker for Olympia.
Sure.
And Olympia to heal 30 damage and switch. And I'll Evil Ball for knockouts.
All right. Sick on more. Sick on more. I can't play it. I don't have a bench. Go ahead.
Draw. Is this game yet? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Oh my gosh.
It's a huge Yveltal.
Evil Ball for 160. Almost. You're not giving me any help with the energy count.
Nah. Draw. Oh, I can't steam up either. Go ahead.
And I'll Evil Ball for game.
Good game.
Yeah.
Good game.
Tough one there for sure.
It's okay. Oh, I priced 3 Sycamore.
Oh my gosh. 3 of your 4 Sycamore prized.
Yes. I hate when I set aside six cards at the start of the game.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Your deck didn't really get going.
Nah.
You want to do one more just for good measure, see if you can actually get it going?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. So we'll let you go first again, see if you can at least win one of the 3.
Yeah.
That would be good. But yeah, decks sometimes just didn't work.
No, yeah. Sometimes you just draw nothing.
Yep,
It's
that
okay.
still happens. Part of playing the Pokemon trading card game. Sometimes you just got a really awkward hand.
Yeah.
Obviously, no Ultra Balls, no draw supporters.
Nope.
The deck probably plays, you play 4 Ultra Ball, and you probably play at least like 10 supporters, if I had to
You
guess.
play 4 Sycamore, 2N.
Oh, so that's it. All right, but you got
Shaman, 3 Trainer's Mail.
Trainer's Mail, Hoopuzz. Yeah, so yeah, there's pretty low odds of that happening. I think this deck was, like 4 Sycamore, 3N, and then Trainer's Mails and Ultra Balls. That was like a pretty typical build.
Yeah.
Yeah, for back in the day. Which is hilarious, though, because nowadays we're like, oh, you need 4 Battle VIP Pass because if I don't get my Pokemon to play turn 1, I'm losing, right? And then you're like, oh, well, 4 Battle VIP Pass isn't enough, so then I also need to play 4 Ultra Ball, and then I'm probably going to play 2 Nest Balls just in case.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. So you have like 10, 10 search cards in your deck and things like that. It's just, times are different. 4 Ultra Ball being like the only search cards just changed the way that turns work. Change the pace of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you didn't get your turn 1, if you didn't get your Pokemon into play turn 1, you're fine. Just turn 2 or even 3. Get it cooking, and you still got a shot.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine that Ohio State won that game in 2016 because we just destroyed them the last 2 years. So it's okay, guys. Don't cry. We destroyed them. Don't worry about it. I don't want to start anything, but, we got him, guys. We got him.
I am very excited for Battle VIP Pass to rotate out of Standard for sure. That card is an absolute toxin.
Isn't that
on
next
deck building.
year, though?
It is next year, yeah. Yeah, terrible. But, just imagine a format where you have to play 4 dead cards in your deck, just to set up.
Horrible.
It's just, it's kind of insane that, even decks that, like, don't seem like they should play it have to play it because it's, like, set up or else, you know? Okay.
Can I go first, or you want to flip?
No, you go first.
All right, I go first. Basic. Oh, that would have been a really good hand.
I got a mulligan as well.
Yeah. Yeah, not even that many basics in these decks, right? Only like, what, 8?
Yeah, it's like, 3 Yveltal EX. I've got a couple of Shaman, a couple of Trubbish, a couple of baby Yveltals, so
Yeah.
somewhere in the ballpark of 10. It's not many. I mean, it's just a big basics deck, really. Both these decks, big basics. These capital EX. I mean, we got the return of lowercase EX. These are the capital EX.
Yeah,
These
capital
like,
EX, all basic Pokemon.
all basics, baby. Yeah, just huge basics. Except for the megas, which were funky stage ones, you know.
Yeah, and you had to play a tool to not end your turn when you played them. All right. This is a pretty good hand. I think I can do something with this.
All right. Good luck.
Another Fright Night start.
He's mad.
This is how we got second at that regional. I'll draw for turn. We got a pretty good hand here. First thing I'm going to do is Ultra Ball away Fisherman and Delinquent. It's actually nice to discard those so I can Burst Seeker for them later. Let's see what the prize situation is. So we got Hoopa, we got Shaman, we got 1 Volk, 2 Volk, 3 Volk. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab the Hoopa with...
Oh, you want to show it off?
Oh, yeah, I'll show off the Hoopa real quick. There's the Hoopa. I'll get the Hoopa, and then I will play the Hoopa, Scoundrel Ring, search for 3 Pokemon EX. I will get Shaman, 1 Volk, 2 Volk. Those fellas. Pretty good hand here. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, this is the best start you've had so far.
Oh, yeah.
Easily, with Little Volcanion in the active.
Get the Hoopa out. Go bench, bench, bench. Max Elixir. Whoo-wee! We're just on fire, dude.
He's cooking.
Yeah, we're really cooking now.
There you go.
Hopefully I find a parallel. Because if I parallel myself before Andrew can, then Andrew can just never play the parallel unless I Delinquent.
Right.
Getting rid of my Hoopa and Shaman on the bench too is very good. Then I will bench Shaman set up for 4.
Let's do some board maintenance.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Yep.
Let's attach for turn. Steam up. And I think I'll yak this away, Sycamore. No parallel, which is unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter if Andrew parallels me on the blue side. I still get to choose which 2 Pokemon I discard. I will play another Max Elixir. I'll put the energy on a different Volcanion. Just so the Evil Ball isn't doing that much damage if Andrew tries to Lysander one of them up. This is a problem. I made that misplay a bunch of times at that regional. I'll play against 2 Yveltal Garb, and I'll just put 2 or 3 on the same Volcanion. They just go Lysander. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's pretty good. I think those are 2 of my... I went like 5-4, and I think 2 of my losses were to Yveltal Garb. Already attached. Already used 1 Steam Up. I have 1 in the discard pile. I think I will pass the turn over to you.
All right. I'll draw for turn. Now, I'm not going to lie. This is a very intimidating board to be looking at. Turn 1 going second, as Will has a very realistic chance of being able to Lysander up one of my Trubbish and knock it out with Power Heater, since Volcanion Steam Up can increase Power Heater's damage and allow him to do that. So I'm going to want to bench 2 Trubbish and see what we can get going. I'll bench Trubbish, and I think this is a Trainer's Mail first situation. See if we find a supporter. If not, we're Ultra Balling for Shaman. So the Trainer's Mail will help us decide what we're going to do with the rest of this hand. I'll play Trainer's Mail. I do find Parallel, which is fine, but also awkward because, like, you know, letting Will remove his own Shaman is kind of cringe. But I could Parallel myself, decrease his damage, and lock him there.
It's true.
Which would be sick. But
I would have to Delinquent.
Yes. That would be kind of sick. Maybe that's something that we can do. That's kind of like a... That's a gamer play for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take the Parallel City.
Sure.
Who cares? All we need is one big Yveltal, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, and then I can Pitch Black Spear. Yeah. We're chilling. Can't use tools right now. Okay. Got this Max Elixir. That's fine. I'll Ultra Ball away, Enhanced Hammer, and Ultra Ball. And this is a funky hand for sure. I'm hoping that off of this setup, I draw into like an Yveltal EX, a supporter card, and yeah, stuff like that. So it's all on you, Shaman. I'll grab Shaman and put it into my hand. I'll Parallel myself and see how this one works out. I'll attach Darkness Energy to Yveltal and use Setup to draw 5 cards.
You could hold that and draw one less card and just Parallel your Shaman away if you want.
Nah, we're committing to this line.
All right.
Committing. I need it all.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, to win this game.
Go ahead.
Ooh, baby.
They pay off?
No.
Oh.
No, yeah. We got...
What the heck?
Well, to be fair, paralleling you would make this even worse because then not only would I have a terrible hand, you also would have your liabilities gone.
No, you could wait to... You could Parallel your Shaman away if you wanted to, if you drew enough Pokemon.
No, I didn't do that either.
Okay.
So drawing the extra card was better.
All right.
Yes. Okay. This is fine. I'll play Max Elixir. And off of Max Elixir, I'll attach that Darkness Energy to Shaman.
Yep.
We've got a route.
There's a plan here.
Now, you don't always Max Elixir to your Shaman, but I'll bench Yveltal and pass to you.
Draw for turn. Well, there's my Parallel turn too late. So what I can do here is 1 Steam Up, Energy Retrieval for a 2-fire, Steam Up 2 more times, and Sycamore.
That's why I bench this thing. Escape Rope. Yeah.
Yeah. Escape Rope would be kind of nuts. I really want to knock out that active, though. Just a really annoying card that I don't want to see in play. Well, since you don't have the big boy out, is it safe to attach? I think it's actually better to attach to the active, so I could just Steam Artillery if I wanted to. I think that's fine, actually. Attach for turn. I'm going to hold this Trainer's Mill just so I can see one more card with it next turn. I don't need to do anything with it right now. Power Heater for 90 because of Parallel.
Okay.
Put 2 on like that.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
I'll draw. Not great, but this is the only play I have. I'll use Olympia to heal 30 and switch into my extremely brave Shaman EX.
So brave.
Yeah. And attach Darkness Energy from my hand to Shaman. I've got no draw cards, no nothing going on in my hand, so my only out is to get the Shaman back and then hopefully, I don't know, do something with it later. I'll use Sky Return for 30 damage, and I'll promote Yveltal.
I will draw for turn. So I did draw the Verse Seeker so I can license off that Trubbish. But honestly, what I know, 3 of your cards are Dark, Shaman.
So it's interesting, actually. Some talk about Olympia right now in the chats. Your deck's playing Olympia.
Yeah.
And my deck's playing Olympia.
Yeah.
And the reason Olympia saw play was because it's a switch card that you can retrieve with Versus Seeker. So it allows you to kind of optimize your deck building in that you only have to play one switching card that you can retrieve multiple times throughout the game thanks to Versus Seeker. In Burning Shadows, Guzma will come out and will make cards like Olympia completely obsolete for years to come.
Yeah.
But this is before all of that. So instead of playing, a high switch count, you can just use Olympia to switch if you need it in a pinch.
Yeah, and Volcanion, of course, Volcanion says this Pokemon can attack during your next turn. So if you have absolutely nothing to do, you can just Olympia. You could have also played Pokemon Ranger, which does the same thing. It removes the effects of attacks on each player's Pokemon. And also was good against the Vileplume lock deck because it played Jolteon EX and Glaceon EX, which I believe Jolteon EX is the one that prevented all damage from basic Pokemon. So if you weren't expecting Vileplume, you could play Olympia, or you could play Pokemon Ranger, but I don't like to play against Vileplume, so I put in the Olympia because it's better if you're not playing against the Vileplume deck. So I drew for turn. I think I will... Let's Trainer's Mail. Let's see what we find here. Another Versus Seeker. I like that. That's pretty cool. So here, I think what I'm going to do is Versus Seeker for Lysander. Lysander up your Trubbish. Attach to Volcanion. And Steam Artillery for 100?
Yeah.
Or 80?
It's fine.
Yeah.
This is going nowhere good. I'll promote Yveltal and draw for turn. I'll attach Darkness Energy to Yveltal. Ugh. You gotta be kidding me.
For one.
You gotta be kidding me, bro. And I'll set up for 1.
Yep.
Oh, baby. Versus Seeker when the only supporter in your discard pile is Olympia. I'll use Oblivion Wing for 30 damage.
You don't want to... You got nothing in here? Oh, you got nothing in here, huh?
No, I'm not doing much, man.
Yeah. Not the old days where you had a bunch of dark and you're just going to pile all the time. Cards in hand?
6. They're not good.
Okay. So this is actually interesting because if I float stone on whatever and if I escape rope and you bring up the Yveltal, then I can't retreat. So I think what I'm going to do is Let's escape rope.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring up one of the large boys, I think. Attach for turn. Cards in hand.
6 bad ones.
I like that's what you love to hear. My hand's pretty good, so I don't want to sycamore it away. Volcanic Heat for 130 or 110. Sorry.
Yep, it's minus 20. Yep, because of the
Yeah.
parallel. Yveltal goes down. Will takes a prize, and I'll promote Yveltal. Woohoo! I feel like it's too little, too late, but we'll do our best. I'm going to play Professor Sycamore to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. Okay. I'll bench Yveltal EX and attach a Fighting Fury Belt to it.
Cool.
Attach a Darkness Energy to Yveltal EX. And I'll Oblivion Wing for 30 damage and attach a Darkness Energy from my discard pile to Yveltal EX.
I will draw for turn. Trainer's Mail?
Now, if I want to have a shot in this game, I'm absolutely going to need to find an N here soon.
Yeah.
And we're going to go N. I'm going to need to hit my final max elixirs. I'm going to need to find my double colorless energies. And by the time I play the second N and I'm on my final Yveltal EX, there needs to be a Garbodor in play.
Somehow Garbodor just appears in play. I really... I don't like this because I'm kind of stuck.
Stuck?
I mean, I'm not stuck at all, but I'm in like a weird spot. You feel me?
Yes.
I'm gonna get the Fighting Fury Belt. I'm in a strange situation.
Yeah, it is strange. You're winning with Volcanion.
True.
Yeah, you're right.
I think I want to see like a couple more cards in Trainer's Mill again. Oh, there's a max elixir. The problem is I don't have any energy in my hand to steam up. But
So you actually can't hit this knockout?
no.
That's so sick because of the parallel.
But what I could do
Yes.
is retreat and then Verseeker for Fisherman and then get 3 energy back. Which is kind of cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
man.
Okay.
You should totally discard 3 energy. and
Yeah,
retreat.
for my man.
Uh-huh.
Nah. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go Fighting Fury Belt, Floatstone. Why center up that Yveltal? Retreat. Oh, there's 3 on there.
Oi, bruv. Hands off my Yveltal EX.
Nah, he needs to come back, come up here, bro. I will Steam Artillery for 90 damage.
Okay. Ouch. I'll draw. Okay. Yeah. Because if I bench this Yveltal, there's no Garbodor.
Yeah, because of parallel.
Brother.
Your own parallel city.
Yeah, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I mean,
It might have been a good idea.
it might have been a good idea. It's just, now we got to pay the price. Huh. That is something, huh? Olympia. There's no way that Olympia is correct. Let's see, and I've got Sycamore in my hand. We just got to go draw more cards. We have to. That's fine. I'll bench Yveltal EX, attach Floatstone to... Is this the game I got rid of all my Fighting Fury Belts? No. Okay.
Yeah, that was last game.
Yeah. I'll attach Floatstone to Shaman EX and Versus Seeker to get Sycamore back.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll play Professor Sycamore to discard my hand and draw 7 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you've got... Yeah, I can Y-Cyclone that for knockout. It's fine.
No, you can't.
Why not?
This?
I'm doing 100, right?
I have 170.
170. Holy smokes.
You got
it's
an
not
Yveltal.
a knockout.
Yveltal is a knockout, though.
Yveltal. All right. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's right. Because I'll do 110. Okay. I'll attach double colorless energy to my benched Yveltal EX. And I'll play Max Elixir.
Sure.
I'll attach that darkness energy to Yveltal EX.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can Evil Ball. That's fine. Yeah. I'll Evil Ball for knockout.
Yep. Promote the guy with the floatstone on it. Draw a card. So with parallel, I'm doing 110. And how you have 210 minus 90 is... What is it?
Man, dude. I've got 120 hit points left.
120? Okay, so I do need to steam up. Cards in your hand.
6.
You have 6 cards in your hand. I think I'll steam up and Volcanic Heat for a knockout.
Okay. There's still a way that I could win this game, but it would require this N being very good.
Yeah, you're going to have to end this turn because I have
Of course.
energy Lysander in my hand.
Of course. I'll draw. So this is the route, right? There's always a chance.
With N.
With N, right? It's always a shot. Could happen. I could also Sky Return this turn if I can find a double colorless energy. So, and I haven't seen any. So I think that's actually could just be the best play. Sky Return into this guy. Go from there. So that's what we're going to aim for. I'll attach Fighting Fury Belts to Yveltal EX.
Annoying.
And I'll Ultra Ball Yveltal EX and Floatstone. Got to go against Trubbish. And I've got like 3 double colorless energy in the deck. So definitely have a decent shot of finding one. I'll get Trubbish off of Ultra Ball. And I discarded the Floatstone because my game plan is to Sky Return this Floatstone back into my hand and use that one.
Nice.
I'll bench Trubbish, and here we go. I'll end. So we got an N Will to Low.
Do have very few cards in my deck.
And we need those 2 cards that you see to not be good ones.
I don't even know what it could be, like Parallel and then some other card.
And then we need you to just simply have to try and knock out my active Yveltal.
Did you play Attach Energy yet?
No.
Okay.
Because it needs to be the double colorless.
Yeah.
Sky Return.
2 cards.
I get 5. Okay. I'll attach double colorless to Shaman EX. And I'll use Sky Return for 30 damage and promote Yveltal.
Draw for turn. Well, there's the Versus Seeker. I need to save this Volcanion from being knocked out. We got the Floatstone on him. He's too valuable. I could Sycamore. How many energy do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in my hand. And then I have 2 left. Because I kind of want to get this Parallel out of the way, but I don't think it actually will matter. Steam up. And I could Verse Seeker for Lysander, Sycamore, and Delinquent or Fisherman. I think it's got to be Sycamore, probably. I'll Verse Seeker for Sycamore and Sycamore. So already just 1 steam up. Escape rope. If I had access to Baby, that'd be pretty cool right now. I could just steam up again and take the knockout. Or I would need two more steams actually because of the Parallel. Let's just do that. Volcanic Heat.
Okay. So Will is at 1 prize remaining to my 5. And we're going to try and go 1 giant Yveltal with an N and see what happens. I'll promote Yveltal and draw. Attach double colorless energy to Yveltal EX. That's your second escape rope, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll attach Floatstone to Yveltal and N
To 1 card.
That's right.
I got 2 Verse Seeker left. I got Sycamore. And you have 5 prizes left. I got time.
I don't even think I'm taking a knockout unless I hit a max look for this turn, too.
No, what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18.
Is it? 2,
Yeah,
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Oh, yeah, I'm hitting it. All right, thank
Yeah.
goodness. Okay.
I don't have a belt on it.
We're
If I had a belt on it, you would need another energy.
We're chilling, bro. Chilling. It's knockout game. And then knockout. 3 knockouts.
3 knockouts before I hit a Lysander.
Yeah. We're chilling.
Yeah, you're chilling, man.
Yeah, this end of 1's gonna stick. Okay, I get 5. Retreat into Yveltal EX.
Sure.
Well, Lysander doesn't even win you the game because you need the Lysander and an energy because of the Parallel.
That's right.
Yes. And I'll Evil Ball for knockouts.
Draw. Steam up. Sycamore.
What a sack!
We drew out of the end. Oh my gosh. Wow. Are there even any energy left in my deck? Let's Ultra Ball away the 2 Ultra Balls. No, there's no energy left in my deck. Get the baby.
Okay.
Two Earthseeker left, a Belt, and Floatstone. Those are the cards in my deck. This is going to be real close.
Because Volcanion can't attack back-to-back turns either.
No. So I need to set up another attacker.
Right.
Let's energy retrieval. Steam up. Attach. Volcanic Heat for 1/6 or no, 2 steam ups is 190, so 170.
170. Okay. Draw. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance.
Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have just power heated last turn.
Yeah, you know. I'll Trainer's Mail.
It's fine. Whatever, man.
And off Trainer's Mail, I'll grab N.
Sure. You're going to play the N?
Will, you're content brained. It's better for the content, you know? You're going to draw out of it. Come on. Double colorless energy.
Sure.
And we'll end.
All right.
Believe, Will. Your deck is full of outs.
I don't have any energy left in my deck. I need to draw Earthseeker, exactly, so I can steam up 1 time.
Easy.
I don't think that even does it, right? All right, 1 card.
Yep, to my 3. And I'll Evil Ball for knockout.
Sure. So I got no Volcanion left. I can do a maximum of 40 damage, correct? You have 170 hit points.
Uh-huh.
And you have 40 hit points left, correct?
Yes.
Or no, it's only 50. It's 30 damage. So I can't... I have a belt in my deck. I need to draw the belt.
Okay.
Promote. Draw.
Double Seeker, bro.
Doesn't do it.
Double Seeker not doing it, brother?
No, it doesn't do it.
Tell me it's because the parallel's the wrong way.
Yeah, it is.
It is because the parallel's the wrong way.
Whatever, man. Versus Seeker. I don't think I have any energy left. If I had energy left, it would be game.
You don't have the retrieval either. You played it.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you? Yeah. So with the retrieval, you steam upped once and you attached.
Yeah.
So those are your 2.
Yeah. First Seeker for Fisherman. Get those out. Steam up. Power heater.
Power Eater for 50 minus 20.
Yep.
So that's puts me at 200 HP. That's 20 damage short of the knockouts. And I draw an Evil Ball for game.
Yep.
But I think if you just attack with the Baby Volcanion that 1 turn, you probably just win that, right?
Yeah. So
let's walk it back. Let's think about how that game might have gone. That was obviously a tough one because You had it just ripped away.
Yeah.
Ripped away there at the end. But, all right. So what happens? You say you retreat. You had steamed up twice, right?
Yeah.
Say you retreat into the baby.
So that's 60 damage.
You would have done 60 damage total.
And I could have just did the same thing.
And you would have accelerated 2 energy onto some bench guys, right?
Yeah.
Not that really matters. I'm not sure if I had Lysander. I played the trainer's mail, but I wasn't even paying attention. If I just gust up and knock out your Yveltal EX, do you have a way to do...
You mean my Volcanion EX?
Yeah. If I gust up your Volcanion EX, do you have a way to do enough damage to knock out the Yveltal EX?
If you knock out the EX...
Probably not,
because I would have energy on the other one.
You'd have 1 energy on the other one. No energy left in deck, really, except for the Fisherman. So you could get a second energy on, maybe with a Fisherman.
I don't think it would have changed anything. Yeah, you would have had to knock out that thing, though.
Right. So it's like... So I guess it's like if I N or if I Lysander there, I'm probably still in a good spot.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I had the Lysander. I'd have to go back and look. But off the trainer's mail, I don't remember what I hit. I think it was just that I just saw the N and was like, oh, yes, we're doing that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, N, you see, that's why I said N's the comeback card, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I drew out of every time.
You did. That's so true.
And I had a Shaman left in my deck.
Yeah.
So I think I needed to like delinquent, because I wanted to delinquent and move that parallel the whole time.
Right.
But like, yeah, because if I just delinquent at any point there and get the energy, I can just do 50 instead of 30.
The parallel being stuck the wrong way, like, I think was actually, I mean, it ended up making a huge difference throughout the court. You had to overextend to take every knockout.
Yeah.
You're wasting so many energy. Every time you wanted to attack with Volcanion, you had to steam up to take a knockout, even if it was just on a little Yveltal or something.
Yeah.
Which was, like, super frustrating, I'm sure. But, yeah, like I said, free matchup, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad for Volcanion.
It's not great, but what do you think? It can get scary though. I mean, I think I probably should have lost that game. But what do you think Volcanion? Like, when was Volcanion at its peak? What format was like the
peak?
The best Volcanion ever was.
I think the format, like after Worlds 2017, when Igor won that regional with Volcanion, the Hartford regional.
Yeah.
Because like I was playing Volcanion at that, and then everyone else was playing Volcanion too.
Yeah,
it had good matchups in like everything. Like you played the Starmie.
Yeah,
Starmie was broken. Oh man, the hardest matchup was Garbodor.
So what? Gosh, that was like
2017 Burning Shadows format.
That was right after Worlds.
That was when Guzman was legal, and yeah, it was right after Worlds.
God, Volcanion was around forever.
It was around for Worlds 2016, 17, and 18. Yeah.
Volcanion was around for the longest. Yeah, I remember Volcanion there because at that regional, what regional was that?
Hartford.
Igor won? Hartford. I lost to Ryan Sablehouse playing Volcanion.
Yeah.
In day 2, I was playing Decidueye Vileplume without Force of Giant Plants, which it's fine. You use rare candy.
Yeah, it's
fine. Yeah. So I was playing that deck and just got absolutely destroyed by Volcanion.
Yeah, because like
ugly.
the Starmie was just so broken. And maybe even in this format you could argue to play Starmie, but I guess with no tour removal of the Garb.
Yeah. Takes up another bench spot.
Yeah.
You've got energy retrievals. But yeah, the Starmie just like the 2 energy back every single turn. It's just like absolutely
And the Star, you even had free retreat.
That's so
cracked.
Right, so opening the Staryu was insane.
Yeah.
Now, there's definitely some arguments between the parallel version and the Skyfield version.
Or, well, at that point, it was Broken Hill.
No, but I'm talking about even
this format? Yeah, it's tough because, like, the Skyfield is, like, good just to, you know, get everything you want out, but, like, you know, paralleling your Shaman and the Hoopa away is pretty good, and them not being able to play their own parallel is pretty good.
For sure, right. So you have that give and take, back and forth. I mean, there's definitely arguments for both ways to play it.
And then if you're playing the Entei, you play the Skyfield, and your opponent doesn't know you play the Entei. It's like, oh, okay. And then you're just like, Entei for whatever damage.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. Love that. And you can steam up to do more damage. Yeah, the Entei is kind of crazy. Love that. Well, those are some good games. I think we really got to showcase the strategies for sure. We're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to be playing some more Pokemon trading card games. So hang tight. and we will be right back. All right, we are back and ready for some more Pokemon trading card game content. This time around, Gym Leader Challenge. I'm really excited about the upcoming set, Paldea Evolved, and what it's going to be bringing to GLC format. Scarlet and Violet was also awesome for Gym Leader Challenge format, as we got some new cards, new engines. Speaking of engines, Revavroom, right? Which I'm going to be playing in this deck, is an awesome new card for metal builds, which helps you draw cards by allowing you to discard an energy from your hand and fill your hand to 6 cards. Revavroom, not seeing any play in standard format right now. No. And why would it? Bibarel's just better.
Yeah, I don't need to play that card.
Right. But what's cool about Gym Leader Challenge format is that it allows a bigger variety of cards to see play, as you are limited to only using cards in a single card type when building a deck. Like if you are, building a metal deck, you can only use metal type Pokemon, and you can only play one of each card except for basic energy in your deck, and there are no rule box cards allowed. So no VMAXs, V-Stars, EXs, or anything like that. So that's the crux of Gym Leader Challenge formats, and it's a lot of fun. They've been hosting Gym Leader Challenge side events at the World Championships, National Championships, Regional Championships, so it's never been a better time to build your first Gym Leader Challenge deck if you have not already. Absolutely love it. So all of the rules can be found at gymleaderchallenge.com. If you haven't already, make sure to scope that out. We are going to be showing off the Worm deck again. Now, Will and I played a matchup with the Worm deck, Earthworm, last week. We went 1-1.
Yeah.
I was able to win a game against the Lightning deck, and then Will was able to win a game with the Lightning deck. So this week, we're going to try the Worm deck again. I've made a tweak or two, and we're going to try it against Will's Dragon deck. I'm very excited about Earthworm in general. I think it's a really cool, goofy new card from Paldea Evolved. There's not really any other playable worm cards. So, are there any worms that are good?
I don't think Weedle is technically a worm, right?
Weedle and Caterpie are, yeah, but
no, they're like caterpillars.
Yeah, right. So this is the best worm card ever printed. How exciting is that?
Do Doug Trio count as worms? I don't think so. Yeah, but easily the best worm
Do they
card.
dig in the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. They kind of look like worms.
Kind of.
I think they're moles.
But this is explicitly a worm.
Explicitly a worm. This is by far the best worm card ever. So I'm really thrilled to be showing this off in this gameplay. This deck pairs Earthworm with a bunch of healing cards. And for those of you that don't know, Earthworm has an ability that makes it so that if it has at least 3 metal energy attached to it, it gets plus 100 hit points. So that means that this little worm can have 230 hit points. And then with HP boosting tool cards like Fighting Fury Belts and Charm of Courage, Cape of Toughness, you can give this worm 280 damage. Hit points, which is completely nuts.
Yeah.
Its attack does 100 damage and 30 damage to one of the opponent's bench Pokemon. And the idea of this deck is to accelerate energy into play with Magnezone and get this worm all powered up and ready to go. Then you use cards like Mallow and Lana, Acerola, and Penny to completely heal your Earthworm, picking it up and all cards attached to it into your hand, and then you lay it all back down with the Magnezone's Magnetic Circuit ability. Now, I think it's Shoot Through and Nutritional Iron. All right, cool. I almost forgot what those abilities were, so I don't need to look up translations.
Cool.
Good stuff. Now, Will's got a pretty standard, I'd say, dragon deck.
Yeah,
right. I mean, you got like the 10 good guys in there. Now, there are some different takes on building dragon for sure, but I feel like this is probably the most often seen. Just with like the Dragonites with the Fast Call, you've got the Garchomp, and then you are running the Zygarde right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just to have another guy feels good.
Yeah, just for you guys, I'm playing the Zygarde.
Yeah,
I probably wouldn't play it again.
Wheat is a big fan of Salamence. Salamence is big, but the defending Pokemon has to have damage counters on it already, right?
Yeah, and it's not a gust, it's a push. So
Yeah. But the Salamance's not bad, and it's got the Water Fire energy cost, which does jive with the Druddigon. So I do like that.
Yeah.
And then the Fire also is compatible with the Regidrago. So, yeah. I'm really excited to see what dragon Pokemon come out next. I mean, there was no dragon Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. There was just one dragon Pokemon in Paldea Evolved, just the Noivern EX and a regular Noivern. So, not a lot of dragon love in these early sets.
They just hate dragon.
But when dragon does get cards printed, they're all broken.
Yeah, I guess. We only got like Garchomp and Regidrago.
What do you mean only? Okay.
And Drampa.
Whole deck,
the whole deck.
That whole deck is from the Sword and Shield block.
Because when did you start GLC?
GLC, what was the first set?
I feel like it was like Evolving Skies.
Oh, this is actually a really good question. What set was like active when GLC was created?
Wasn't it like Fusion Strike or Evolving Skies? Like 2021?
It was like mid-pandemic, yeah, but...
What was it?
Was it Chilling Reign? It was Chilling Reign.
Chilling Reign, yeah. We had no good dragons at all at that time.
Yo, yeah, what would you call that? What's OG Gym Leader Challenge format called? What would you call that?
Black and White to Chilling Reign?
Yeah, Black and White to Chilling Reign, but what would be a good name? What would we call that? Like, what do you call, like, what's the original WoW called? World of Warcraft.
WoW Classic?
That? Classic. Yeah, Classic GLC.
Yeah.
Yeah. No ban lists. Black and White through Chilling Reign.
Oh, yeah, there was no ban list. Colorless Control was just the best deck, right?
Vanilla. Yeah, GOAT format GLC.
Yeah.
Vanilla GLC. That's so sick. But, yeah, I mean, if you think about what Dragon had at its card pool then, and then as the sets started coming out, I remember one of the first dragons was like Drampa. That card came out. It was like, bro,
the best dragon ever printed.
This thing's nuts. And then we got Druddigon.
And then we got Garchomp.
Yeah, then we got Garchomp. So it was like, bam, bam, bam. Well, I could make a deck out of this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what's up, Brady? Thank you so much for the sub. Hopefully you're doing well, man. And
what's up,
guys.
Brady? Thank
you guys all for the subs and the support during the stream. I really appreciate that. Means a lot. Really helps with the channel. Helps us to continue doing what we love here. So thank you. Yeah, Colorless Control was the best deck in vanilla GLC for sure.
Yeah.
And it just took a little while for people to uncover it.
No,
For Grant to uncover it.
Didn't Grant uncover the first tournament? Or Azul did, somebody?
No, they didn't win, bro.
They didn't win? I thought they each got top 8, didn't they? And they lost to Grass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think Grass was just too good at the time with Forest to even... I can't believe you didn't ban Forest right away.
Well, here's the deal, is that nobody was playing Roserade at first. So Forest of Giant Plants was just a card that, like, when you drew into it...
Yeah, when you drew into it, Stadium Nav, Guz Mahala...
No, nobody was doing any of that.
What?
I'm telling you,
I don't
bro.
believe you, man.
Nobody was doing any of that. But then it was like... Then Roserade, like...
Popped off.
We started putting Roserade in the deck, and as soon as we started putting Roserade in the deck, we were like, oh, this is way too broken.
Yeah.
Right?
Dude.
So it was just like you Roserade, you get the Forest, you go brat, and you get everybody into play. Yeah, it was ridiculous because you had multiple Pokemon that could search out other Pokemon, so the Forest just allowed you to... Yeah, it was crazy. And with the release of Torterra, I mean... Being able to get like Torterra into play turn 1 just seems kind of silly. So
yeah, what's stupid is how Grass has 3 Pokemon searchers that are Pokemon, and Dragon only has 1.
It does.
And then I don't think any other type has 1 besides Fairy, which is the other type Shiinotic.
Yeah.
So
true.
yeah.
Right. So Pokemon searchers. There's Psychic has one.
What?
Nidoqueen from
Team Up?
Team Up.
What does it do?
Searches out Pokemon, I think.
Doesn't it not do that?
It searches out like evolutions, I think. Right?
Yeah, evolution. Because remember where there was that weird deck with like Meganium and the Nidoqueen?
Yeah. Nidoqueen's kind of good. Yeah, Nidoqueen's kind of cool. I do like that a lot. It searches out any Pokemon? Yeah, dude. It's the best one, actually. I guess. Search out any Pokemon.
Well, too bad Psychic already has Fog Crystal and Treasure to make that deck broken.
Psychic.
You got to ban D-Valley and Marshadow, man. One of the two has to go.
Nah.
I think Let Loose has to go.
Let the players play, bro. Let the play ball. Dude.
Okay, then don't have a ban list if you're not going to ban broken cards.
Bro, Let Loose is not broken.
Yes, it is.
Let Loose, you're targeting the wrong cards.
What is the correct card to target then?
Like Archeops.
What, the fighting one?
No, the colorless one, bro.
What is that? Oh, the new one?
Uh-huh.
Don't they already play Porygon Z?
That card's way more balanced.
Yeah, Porygon Z is fine, dude.
Yeah.
I'm worried about the D-Valley Let Loose shenanigans. Didn't they ban Let Loose for real and expanded?
They did because of all the degenerate things you could do to
Yeah,
it.
it's already degenerate, bro. You can literally just go turn 1, set up, Let Loose. Going first.
I think GLC is fine right now. Yeah.
No, I think you should ban all the amazing Pokemon.
Raikou?
Dimension Valley.
Lightning is so garbo.
You should ban Let Loose, all the amazing Pokemon.
Bro.
You should ban Torterra.
Nobody what? So then you're just playing a bunch of piles that can't do anything.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, Psychic is already not a pile.
No. Yeah. Listen.
Yeah.
Part of the fun is people like playing broken cards, Will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
people there's no such thing as perfect balance.
So just don't have
it's a myth.
Don't have a ban list.
We don't design the card. No. Sometimes you gotta trim, right? We're going in with the clippers. We're not going in with the saw, all right?
So what's banned? Trump card, Oranguru, Forest, right?
And there's like 5 cards on the ban list.
Oh, isn't one of the control cards banned too?
Yeah, Hiker and Chip.
Yeah.
And Kyogre.
Yeah, Kyogre. I forgot about Kyogre.
Right. 80 damage to everything. Silly.
Yeah.
Okay. Being able to lock your opponent out of a hand and then controlling their top deck is probably not great for people to have fun and engage in games, right? So control is good, but then being able to control the top deck, that's where we draw the line. So none of that. People should at least feel like they have some hope of being able to draw a card, that'll help them. So there's that. Yeah, 80 damage to everything's bad, so you don't want that. That attack just probably shouldn't exist in the formats at all. Recurring 3 cards, in a colorless control deck's probably broken, so Oranguru's gone. And we've got Bunnelby instead, which is fine. It's a more balanced version of it, right? Mm-hmm. And then Yeah, Trump Card is like one of the worst design cards in the history of the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, easily.
Even the Pokemon Company banned it after a couple months.
Yeah. What is like the next set?
It lasted one set.
Yeah, one set. No, it lasted 2 sets because Primal Clash and then Roaring Skies.
Yes, it lasted 2 sets. Yes. So it lasted 1 full set, right?
Yeah.
So like it was obviously the set it was printed, Phantom Forces, fine. The next set, Primal Clash, fine. You know.
Even it was still good, and then Shaman came out and they had to ban it.
Yes. So Lysander's Trump Card's like one of the most notorious, most, terrible design cards in the history of the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, what? I mean, like the format is operating with like less than a 10-card ban list. It's great.
Yeah.
You ever tried to play Yu-Gi-Oh, bro?
Yeah.
Pages and pages. I mean, just
and all the cards are banned for a reason because they're really good.
Yes, but you want the format to be accessible and exciting to players. You don't want them to have to like.
I don't think Let Loose is the reason people aren't or is their desire to play the format though.
I love Let Loose.
You love Let Loose? Get out of here, dude. Get out of here.
Fine. I'll go ahead and say it. I love that card. Yeah.
I mean, it's a great card in Constructed.
I don't even think that it's broken.
It's not broken. It's just stupid.
Well, see, you're just mad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Let Loose is totally fine. Yeah, you're just mad. You're not thinking rationally, Will. Rationally, it's fine. The person letting the loose is gonna just dead draw just as often as the person on the other side of it.
That's not true. If you go first and set up,
you can't but you can't play a supporter going first. So can't. So maybe you get to play 1 extra level ball. Maybe you get to play 1 extra quick ball.
No,
it's a negligible amount of setup.
Even the potential for your opponent to draw nothing is stupid enough, I think.
But you could draw nothing.
Yeah, but you at least you got to play cards before you did that. Your opponent didn't do anything.
Yeah, or you might just waste it.
You have Scoop Up Net.
Yeah, you might have just wasted it though.
What do you mean,
Let Loose?
Dude, you're crazy.
No, it's totally fine.
No,
GLC would be fine without Let Loose, but the card is cool.
You just love that card for some reason.
I do, because it's sick, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brady. Yeah, I'm a non-spitter for sure. Yeah.
Errata Let Loose could not be turn 1.
That'd be fine. I would absolutely agree with that, or just ban the card.
I don't know, someone to play Psychic, I always never Let Loose turn 1 because it's irresponsible.
Yeah, but when it happens,
it's a bad play.
So what? You know how many bad players let loose turn 1 and then get rewarded? Me. And I get rewarded about half the time.
Right. And there's only 1 Let Loose per deck. There's only so many ways to search it out.
Yeah, but only one type gets to play it. You get Fog Crystal, Treasure, Dimension Valley in the same deck.
It's fine. It's fine. People don't even think Psychic's the best deck in the format right now.
What's the best deck in the format then?
People think it's colorless.
Sure.
With Archeops, which I think is cool. So if you look at the evolution of Gym Leader Challenge over the year and a half that it's been a thing, I mean, at first people were Grass is the best deck, and then people thought that colorless Control was the best deck, and then, and now people think that I thought Psychic was the best deck for a little while, and then I think that a lot of people think that colorless attacking is the best deck, right? So it's changed quite a few times. And then you've got people who, will argue that Dark is the best deck, like JW, and those people, I mean, there's no help for them. But
wait, Brady says you could play 6 Forest and Grass and it would still be bad. Absolutely not, Brady.
Right. But I think what's fun about it is that the arguments and the discussion and all of that's part of the fun.
Yeah, but here's the thing, bro. You got decks out here like Dragon and Fighting just trying to even be somewhat relevant. And then you out here Psychic being I have all the search cards, I have Let Loose and infinite resources in Gallade and Dimension Valley. It's just
you got to let the players play a little bit, Maybe things evolve and change over time, but also people like to play their broken decks and their broken strategies. So it's you got to find that balance. And I feel like there's a good, healthy balance right now. You can't be too heavy-handed with the ban list.
No, I think we should just...
Heavy-handed is bad. It's part of what makes it popular is people can just do whatever they want for the most part.
And the crux of your argument is that people want to let loose, and that's the only reason they play GLC is to let loose.
No, just that people don't like bans.
People don't like bans? Okay, no ban list. No ban list.
Oh, there needs to be one.
Oh, okay.
It's like people don't like taxes, all right?
Yeah.
But there needs to be taxes. Some.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing.
Oh, right? Yeah. While we're talking about Psychic, Brandon brings up a great point. What if they start Wob and marsh out at you? Wob is actually broken. I mean, I played Wob. I played decks with 4 Wob in it, and yeah, it's broken. But in a one of format where it's just complete luck if you draw the Wob and you start Wob against a deck that needs its abilities that is not Psychic, then what do you do?
Well, I think that this is a great conversation to continue in the Discord. You should join the Discord, Will.
I am in the Discord. I just never post.
I know you're in there. Yeah, it's a great discussion for the Discord because that's where we can actually have a discussion as a community and like decide things. You know?
No, I like having real life discussions. I think real life discussions are the best because you have to back up what you say in real life with facts. And online, you can just be like, I'm gonna say whatever I want.
Man said no.
I don't want to talk with all these guys who said let loose isn't good or let loose isn't a problem, or the second deck in general isn't just a problem. Because I told you, man, you have decks out here. What about poor fairy players, bro? What if the fairy players are out here, the fighting players are out here, the dragon players are out here, just struggling for anything, and you're like, yeah, let's just let Psychic have Dimension Valley. And Let Loose and Wobbuffet. No, there's no issues with that at all. You can make a separate format with just Psychic and all the good decks, and have a separate format with all the other cards in it.
Will, if you ran GymLeaderChallenge.com,
yeah,
how many cards do you estimate you'd have on the ban list?
Let Loose and everything you do now.
Let Loose and what?
Everything else you have now.
So you think Let Loose is the only card
currently? I think Wobbuffet, Let Loose, or Dimension Valley. The second deck needs to get hit in some capacity.
People don't even think it's the best deck in the format.
It's still broken.
But people don't think it's the BDIM.
Who?
People, the community.
I don't care.
If you're in the Discord, he doesn't care.
I don't care what you say in Discord. I care what the results say. And I've played the Psychic deck before. It's the least fun I've ever had playing the game of Pokemon ever.
The Psychic deck is broken.
It is broken, but it's not fun to play. If you start Wobbuffet, you're just like, okay, Malamar, Tina, Gallade, I get to search a supporter under Wobbuffet every turn, and I have a card that does 160 for 3, and search a supporter. And I have Dimension Valley, and I have Lucamine, and I have, all this other advantage over my opponent. I think it's just the only stupid deck in the format. If you're playing water against me, that's a fair deck.
That's a fair deck.
You're playing fighting against me, it's a fair deck. Even grass is kind of fair, even though it's really good. It's still.
I do personally believe that Psychic is the best. I think Psychic's the best type in the format right now,
easily.
But so part of it is I think Psychic's the best deck in the format, but there's a lot of people that argue that it's colorless. So Psychic and colorless, I'd say, are kind of the decks that are the decks to watch.
Yeah.
Right?
What happens if you start Wob against colorless and they just don't sack?
You parallel them, right? I mean, yeah. Obviously, I think Psychic and colorless, in my mind, are the two strongest decks. That in my opinion, but that's different than a handful of months ago when everybody was complaining about grass. So it's evolved in some way. So I think the way I look at it, and during vanilla GLC, a lot of people didn't respect Psychic at all.
Yeah, because the format was brand new. Now the decks are hyper optimized, and now there's only a certain number of Psychic. I mean, the spread Psychic deck, that deck is cool. That deck is so cool. But then you have the lame one with all the perfect cards in
My list?
Yeah. And they got that Mewtwo now that just does 180 damage for no reason.
I love my list. It's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You admit the deck's broken. See, I got him, guys. I got him. He's done.
Yes. So I think that you probably a lot of you want Gym Leader Challenge to kind of some of I think you're talking about like the philosophy of game design, right?
Yeah.
You want players to be able to play with strategies and unlock strategies that, were never intended by the game designers. I mean, combining cards that are years apart, right, to kind of operate in the same space together. And it's fun seeing new decks rise to prominence and top strategies, battle against each other. I think, like, relative to Gym Leader Challenge creations about, 18 months ago, about a year. Oh, we're coming up on 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So relative to its creation, we've seen a bunch of decks kind of rise to the top and take that spotlight. Right now, I'd say it's between Colorless and Psychic are kind of those two decks at the top.
I think Grass is pretty good too.
I think there's a lot of.
But I think Psychic is a tier above Colorless and Grass though. Because it has Dimension Valley, Wobbuffet, and Let Loose.
Yes. So, there are always going to be decks that are like at the top of any format. Perfect Balance doesn't exist, especially when you're not the one designing the cards, right?
Yeah.
Because we're not the ones designing the cards. So we have to be reactive to what's happening. And I think part of the fun of Gym Leader Challenge is letting those strategies come to fruition and then, making sure that the game is fun and balanced enough for players to, around the world to have fun. I mean, you got to think at this point it's such a big thing. There's like 15 to 20,000 people a month who look at gymleaderchallenge.com.
Yeah.
That's a lot, right? And trying to make sure everybody's having a good time and enjoying their strategies is it's not as easy as just like, as just taking the axe and just.
Well, here's the thing. I think the cards that cause the most unfun games are Wobbuffet from Phantom Forces and Marshadow from Shining Legends. Those are the two cards that cause the most unfun games I've ever played in my life.
Those two cards. I don't even think that those two cards are the. I don't think those two are the most problematic cards in Psychic.
What are the Dimension Valley?
Like probably
Gallade,
like Dragapult.
Dragapult's pretty good too.
Yeah,
and Gallade.
Uh-huh.
And they have Malamar, they have Fog Crystal.
That just has a lot.
It has everything you could possibly want.
You can't take out Dimension Valley. Yeah,
I agree. I mean, that's a crucial part.
That's like it's really cool. It's old. It's cool. You got to keep it.
You know what's not cool?
Don't do that.
Right? It's Wobbuffet turn one.
Wobbuffet's cool. It's old. It's cool.
Yeah,
like
and then
you could turn it off with Silent Lab. You could escape rope. It's fine.
Yeah, and then you just draw your opening hand of 7 cards, and you're like, oh man, I opened Wobbuffet this game. I'm gonna win. That's cool.
Nah, Wobbuffet's not even that.
What is the percentage of games that the second player wins when starting Wobbuffet?
No, I think that Wobbuffet, in my mind, there are decks that don't even care. Dark doesn't even care about Wobbuffet at all.
Dude, no one plays Dark.
Wobbuffet.
Dark is not as good as Psychic. It doesn't matter.
What is Psychic? You're just mad because you only play Lightning.
Yeah.
So, of course, Wobbuffet's really good against your Lightning deck.
It's good against every deck.
In fact, no wonder. See, I've gotten to it, and I understand why Will hates Psychic so much. And it's because
it's not even fun to play against. It's not fun to play.
Lightning's your favorite deck, and Lightning has a terrible Psychic matchup.
It's also not fun to play.
But I really pride myself in my ability to beat Psychic decks with my Lightning deck. I think it's fine.
You can do it
for sure.
But if they start Wobbuffet, it's really tough.
You've got to play Silent Lab, bro.
I am playing Silent Lab. If I never draw the Silent Lab, then it doesn't matter. Well, yeah. It's just. I mean, it depends on what you open. Of course, you with your luck, you're gonna open Lab or whatever you have to beat Wobbuffet every game because you're just a huge sack.
That's because I'm a huge sack. I'm the luckiest man alive. Huh?
Yeah, you are. This man lucked into internet's top 8. This man should have won his top 8 match. I'm not gonna lie. But the luck came back to bite you in that top 8 match. Okay?
Dang, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just so lucky.
This man just draws the out every game.
So lucky, bro.
Yeah.
I don't think that Dimension Valley. I don't think the Wobbuffets and Let Loose is like not the card. I think the most powerful cards in Psychic's arsenal are the Gallade line and the Dragapult line.
Yeah, the Gallade is just broken.
But the thing is that like, and this is the problem with being heavy-handed with banning cards, is that I mean, they come out with new cards every other month. So it's just like they're going to keep releasing cards. So like you kind of want to look at things in like broad strokes and big pictures and say like, okay, where's the direction of this type? How can we nix the direction that this type is going? Because the direction it's going is like too overbearing. So that's like who's to say if you like, you know, you ban Dragapult, then people are going to want other flip cards banned?
No, Dragapult's fine. You have Hexmaniacs in the format. Every deck can play Hexmaniac. That's fine.
That's what I'm saying. So Wobbuffet, you just play Silent Lab.
Sure, but what if you don't draw the Silent Lab? What if they start the Wobbuffet?
What if you don't draw the Hexmaniac?
You can search it out.
You can search out Silent Lab. Cards like Guzma Hala, Stadium Nav.
Sure, and then you Silent Lab, and then
you go about your business.
Sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, you ban Let Loose, and people are going to want to ban Red Card. And it's just like...
Red Card, it can't be searched out with whatever ball card you want.
That's true. That's true.
That's the problem. Red Card is fine. If I get red carded, cool, bro. Nice. You made a deck building choice to put red card in your deck. Psychic can just slam the Marshadow in the deck and get it out whenever they want because they have, let's see.
Your deck should be consistent
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Let Loose. You're fine.
To 4 cards?
Yeah, that's a deck build. 5 cards. You get a top deck. 5. Fine.
Dude, people dead draw. People dead draw Let Loose in Standard when it was legal.
Of course they did. It was part of the game.
All right, whatever, man. All right, bro. We should just play 2 fair decks. Don't play Let Loose against each other.
There we go. Well, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I think there's definitely discussion to be had, but I don't think that Let Loose is like the card that makes Psychic. No,
it's just unfun.
I guess I could see that argument. Yes, for sure.
I played Psychic before, and it's just not fun to play. I don't want to play it.
Well, that's that.
I'm just like, oh wow, I have all the best cards in my hand. Oh, what do? Do I just win? Oh, do I start Wobbuffet or do I not start Wobbuffet? When do I let loose? Should I do it turn 1 or on the last turn of the game? You know?
Well, that's like your opinion, man.
Yeah, my opinion.
There's a lot of people that like the Psychic deck.
My opinion is the Psychic deck is with the Marshadow in it. If you start the Wobbuffet, it's just the most unfun game you could ever have. Because you know how much skill it takes to start the Wobbuffet? 0.
Well, there's certainly a discussion to be had, but I don't think that's... I feel like even if you hit the Let Loose in the Wob, that doesn't... I mean, maybe because they don't have anything to hide behind. That's part of what makes Psychic so good, is that you have these powerful stage 2s, and you can like just hide behind the Wob while you set them up.
Yeah.
So like, maybe... Could maybe see Wob.
Yeah.
But like, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm just putting my opinion out there. I want...
You know what, Will? We appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm tired of all this discussion happening on a non-real format.
He wants action.
Because,
tired of discussion happening? Why are you tired of discussion?
If you're talking to somebody online, you need to back it up. You can't back it up. You're like, okay, man, whatever. And now we're having an actual discussion where it takes, actual skill to articulate your points.
Ah. So
instead of just tapping on keyboards in the Discord. You can hide behind your little username.
Well, you're the most anti-online discussion Zoomer that there ever was.
I don't like it.
You got like the man, you got an old soul, Will, for sure. That's funny.
I'm all for discussion in Discord, but I'm not gonna take it seriously unless you talk to me in person.
There you go. Well, I do think that there's really value to in-person discussions, which is why
why we're having it now.
Why we're having it. That's why I love having these discussions.
Yeah,
I do. There we go.
If you want to personally message me and talk about GLC, go ahead. I'm probably never read the message, but you can go ahead and message me.
Never read it. Oh God. So sick, bro.
Yeah, you could message me on Discord. I can respond a year later because I don't check that stuff, man.
Well, I think you got a lot of new Tricky Jim fans now who really like this personality. See, that's the thing is I've always known that this is like
This is the real me.
I've always known this about Will.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like it only took a matter of time before, that all just kind of cracked through to the surface. And
I like this stuff because it's funny.
Yeah.
It gets the people involved. It gets people typing. Gets people a little angry. Gets people some emotion in them.
For sure.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's more real than some sort of fake act we put on.
Act well, a certain amount of like just being polite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Manners, but
yeah.
Will's got a hardcore abrasive personality. We've always known this, but it's lovable.
Yeah,
that's what we love about him.
Yeah, and I like you, but I can still call you stupid because you're like what 33 years old. 34. You've seen some stuff,
I have,
and you can just absorb what I'm saying and not taking any of it to heart.
No, of course not.
Yeah, and I'm just letting my opinions go because I think that's my opinion.
There you go. And we respect that, Will. We love you for it.
Thank you.
Let's get into this game.
Yeah, I'm ready to win, dude. Even though it's a terrible matchup. Heads. I will go first.
Okay.
Very nice.
People are ready for Will full time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, bring him on, bro.
Every day, I am down to have a discussion with you about the state of the game. Every single day.
Love that.
We can talk about whatever you want.
Love that. All right. Good luck.
Good luck. I'm going first.
Yep.
This man starts the Jirachi. And he's like, people don't start the Marshall or the Wobbuffet all the time.
Listen, bro. Just play the game.
Attach for turn. Go ahead.
All right. I'll draw. I've got a solid opening hand with a Magnemite and a couple of Evolution Search cards, but thankfully we opened the Jirachi, so we'll see what we got for us on the top of our deck. I'll use Stellar Wish. And off of Stellar Wish, I'll grab Rare Candy.
Yep.
And Rare Candy goes to my hand. I'll bench Magnemite, and it takes 2 damage counters from Team Magma's Secret Base.
Yep.
And we've got a solid board going on. Or a solid hand, especially for next turn if I get to keep this hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'll attach a Metal Energy to my Jirachi, and I'll pass it to you. See if I wake up from Stellar Wish. I do.
Draw for turn. A little bit of an awkward hand here. Because I have Guzmahala and the 2 pieces of the Dragonite, but what do I discard? I guess I can discard... I also haven't done Deck Search yet. Deck Search would be really nice right now, so I could see if I even had like the Stormy Mountains in my deck or whatever. I guess I could get Beach if that fails. Yeah, let's Guzmahala. Let's see what we got over here. Okay, there's Stormy Mountains. There's Beach. Got the Dratini. No Gibble or Garchomp, I don't think. Oh, there's a Garchomp. Is there Gibble? No Gibble. Okay. So I think I'll get Stormy Mountains and the special energy. I'll get the unit and the tool. I will get Floatstone if I have it. Floatstone. Okay. So mountains, unit, float. And then I'm going to go back in. I'm going to play Stormy Mountains. use it. Go find the Dratini. So I can start setting up my Dragonair. And I could actually just attach the double dragon and Dragon Claw for a knockout.
Oh, there, buddy.
Which is honestly pretty horrifying if you're you, I think.
You would be correct.
Yeah, I think that's pretty bad for you.
That's kind of aggressive.
Yeah, it's fine. Double dragon, my Spanish double dragon, and let's Dragon Claw for 120.
Ow. Yeah. I'm gonna need some love off the top of the deck. Let's see what we can do. Will take surprise. I'll draw. Okay. Let's Evolution Incense. Really needed that Jirachi to make it another turn. I've got the Magnezone, but nothing else really going on in this hand right now.
Sure.
I'll Evolution Incense for Magnezone and put it into my hand.
Yeah, I like this person's idea. We should just put the Claydol from Great Encounters in a GLC just to give fighting a chance.
For sure. Now that it's unplayable on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, we might as well just do whatever rules we want.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
We should just do back to EX Air or no, unlimited.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bro.
Yeah, and then we could ban Last. We could ban all the broken cards back in the day.
No. Can't do that. But there is some validity to, games not playable on an online client, so we might as well just, free reign,
Yeah.
Okay. I'll rare Candy to evolve Magnemite into Magnezone.
Sure.
And play Timer Ball. 1 heads. Off of Timer Ball, I'll grab Revavroom. Whew. Oh boy. That's fine. We got the turn 2 Magnezone, but I do need some help desperately.
Yeah.
I'll pass to you.
Draw for turn. Stormy Mountains. I think I'll go find the Drago. I think the Drago's my only target. Drampa, Gibble. I have Zygarde, but I'm not getting Zygarde out. Are you kidding me? No way. Yeah, Regidrago are pretty cool because, if you put the float on it, you just be drawing up to 4 every turn you want.
It's busted.
Pretty good. It's even crazier if I had a Muscle Band or even a Devoured Field that could win the game right now, but no.
No, I got one more turn in me.
Evolve. Attach. Dragon Claw.
Okay, 120 damage. Magnezone hanging on with just 10 hit points left. I'll draw. I'll play Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yep.
And we prized Ball Guy and Bridget and Iono. All right, well, that makes sense. Okay. Swing and a miss there, unfortunately. Those prizes are rough, but that's okay. I'll play Escape Rope. And I'll pass to you.
Draw for turn. Floatstone.
That'll do it.
Dragonite.
What are you doing? Stop that.
Dragon Claw.
Thank you. All right. And I'll use Fast Call.
I'll use Fast Call for Guzma, and I can't even play the Guzma, but whatever. For next turn, for next game.
All right. That's a tough one. I think that's exactly what the Dragon deck does best, though. Getting out the gates quickly, you put the pressure on. I would have loved one more turn to Stellar Wish.
Yeah.
Ugh. And then prizing the Ball Guy and the Bridget meant that I didn't have a lot of targets to find off of that first Stellar Wish to help set up my board. So
yeah,
you could see how that's what Dragon does best. for sure.
Yeah, if you open the DDE, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Get the Guzma and Hala, get that double dragon energy, and you can start swinging for solid amounts of damage, turn 1, turn 2.
Yeah.
So,
which is really, because you get to go first. If I didn't go at second, I don't attack that turn because I don't attach the fire on the first turn.
It's true. I feel like going first is actually a pretty good option for Dragon, and I think that it might even be optimal.
Yeah.
Because if you open Regidrago, you can go turn 1, turn 2 attack, right? With the 160, I think it's more consistent that you get a powerful turn 2 attack going first than it is that you get a powerful turn 1 attack going second.
Yeah, and you get to, if you bench the Gible or Dratini, you get to evolve it basically on your opponent's first turn. You get to evolve it.
Yeah.
Yeah, your turn ahead on the evolutions, which is a big part of this deck, because a big part of the deck is, if your opponent gets out like Torterra or Caparajah before you get to set up anything. Because if you get the Dragonite out before they get set up, it's game over. Because you can just Guzma, Lysander, and then Lusamine them back. And then Cynthia and Caitlyn for Lusamine, and then just keep the loop going.
All right, in game 2, I'm going to hope that I can establish more of my board before you start running me off the table. That'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah, Dragon should get 4. Devil Dragon should be a basic energy for Dragon, I think. You should just be able to play 4 of them. Or 8.
No, you don't.
What if you just played 8 Double Dragon and no other energy? It'd be so broken.
All right, I think I still choose to go second.
Thank you.
It's fine. I think it's optimal.
All right. So broken.
Good luck.
Good luck. I'll go first?
Yep.
Draw for turn? Let's see here. Do I want to quick ball that away, though, is the question. I think yes. That's rough. That's rough, actually. Quick ball. Quick ball. Quick ball for, let's see. We got Dragonite. We got Gible. We got Gabite. Okay. I think I want the Dratini. Because I have Dragonair in my hand. And I have Dragonite in the deck. Even though I could get the Gible, and then Lance next turn for the Gabite, I think I want to get the Dragonite out as early as possible. But what's unfortunate is that I have this Aurora in my hand. And I don't want to discard any of these cards in my hand. I could probably discard the counter. Because I really want to get an attachment. But am I really going to draw another energy next turn?
You could attach the counter.
Could attach the counter. And do what?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, you're saying. You know what? You're right. Go ahead.
I'll draw for turn. Now we're talking. I'll play Level Ball.
Yep.
And with Level Ball, going to check my deck and see what I have access to. Checking your prize is really important in Gym Leader Challenge format since every card, except for Basic Energy, is a singleton. You got to make a game plan based on what cards you have access to. Now, I'm very thankful we've got Jirachi here. We'll definitely look to get that card into play. And then looks like we've got Bronzor and Bronzong. I could get a turn 1 Bronzong. I've got Magnemite in the active spots. I think my little Revavroom is prized. But I did just top deck Ball Guy. So I can go get the Hisuian Heavy Ball to set that up. So I think I'm going turn 1 Bronzong, baby. Okay.
We've got the pre-release promo?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Did you know that this... You, can't get this online.
Why not?
Because This card was never coded into the Pokemon trading card game online.
What?
And therefore, like, doesn't exist on live either.
I feel like I've seen that card on PTCGO before.
You have not. Yeah. Now, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this card does not exist digitally at all. Yeah. I'm, like, pretty certain, right? For some reason. I don't know what it is, but I've heard that before, and I think it's true. I don't have it online, so, yeah. Off Level Ball, I'll grab Bronzong, which goes to my hand.
Another reason to play tabletop. You get to play whatever card you want.
Countless. And the graphics are amazing.
Yes. We got, what is this, 10K graphics over here?
Man, we're playing in 10K right now. I'll play Ball Guy as my supporter for turn. Ball Guy is a really funny card in this format. It's one of those cards that feels like it was designed for this format. It doesn't see any play in standard format, expanded format, nothing. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, where you can only play one of each card, it's really good to be able to search out 3 different ball cards, because there's a lot of different ball cards to choose from throughout the years. Like Hisuian Heavy Ball. I mean, that's one of the cards that really makes Ball Guy worth playing, is that it's a search card to help you go get a basic Pokemon out of your prizes, which is just so powerful.
I want to put Ball Guy in this deck, even though you want to go first. It's still good.
It is still good. Off Ball Guy, I'll grab Hisuian Heavy Ball, Nest Ball, and Quick Ball, and I'll put those into my hand. I'm going back in. I'll start off with Hisuian Heavy Ball. And with Hisuian Heavy Ball, I'll grab the Varoom that I had deduced was in my prize cards.
This is 140, not 141? Okay. Nightmares from pulling that card all the time.
Oh, yeah, you've been pulling this card?
Yeah, I think I've been pulling the other one, though.
Really?
I can't remember.
This one's the Nimble one, Single Retreats. I like this one better for sure. I'll play Nest Ball. And with Nest Ball, I'll get Jirachi, which goes straight to my bench. And then I'll Quick Ball, discarding a Metal Energy. And with Quick Ball, I'll grab Bronzor with the Evolutionary Advantage ability. I'll bench Bronzor. And I'll bench Varoom. And then Bronzor's Evolutionary Advantage ability says, if you go second, this Pokemon can evolve during your first turn. So I'll evolve Bronzor straight into Bronzong on turn 1. I've played Ball Guy as my supporter for turn. I'll save that energy to Metal Links. That's fine. I'll play Escape Rope.
Annoying.
And now I'll use Jirachi's Stellar Wish ability to look at the top 5 cards of my deck. And I get to put a trainer card I find there into my hand. So I'll grab Pokegear.
Nice Pokegear art. I need to get that card. It's so cool.
Apparently I lied. Apparently you can craft this card on live. You can craft the promo? Really? That's crazy.
Well, you can craft cards now.
Of course. Well, on live. Yeah.
Well, Hearthstone has been doing that since 2014, my guy.
Well, yeah.
A little late to the party.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll grab Pokegear off of Stellar Wish, and with that, I'll end my turn. And I stay asleep.
Draw for turn. You know what's crazy about Pokegear? That card was printed in 2010. Never saw any play.
That's nuts.
Never saw play. Bench Drago. Lance. Dragonite. Gibble. Gabite.
Yo, we gonna see a Dragon's Wish?
Unfortunately, no.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's gonna do way more responsible things with that Aurora energy.
Yeah. Because if Genie had one retreat, I would have attached it. But
yeah.
I'm going to bench the Gibble.
Hold on 1 second. There we go.
And I think I will... I don't want to play the Revive or discard the Revive at all. Might need it later. I'll pass to you.
Draw for turn? Okay. Let's see if I wake up.
Yeah.
I don't.
Cool.
I'll play Timer Ball. Oof.
Rough.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Double tails.
25%er.
It's all good. I'll play Pokegear. I either Colress for 6 or I Iono for 6. I feel like I know Will just got that Dragonite and the... Oh, yeah, we Ion in it for sure. Why wouldn't I put that hand to the bottom of the deck? You just lanced.
Whatever, man. You don't want to let me play the game.
You are going to get 6 new cards, brother.
Oh, I am going to get 6 new cards. Yeah, that's true. That's fine, actually.
I'm just strategically putting them at the bottom of the deck.
Do I have to shuffle my hand first or no?
You do have to shuffle your hand, yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'll play Iono. So both players shuffle their hands and put them at the bottom of their decks and draw a card for each of their remaining prize cards. We both get 6.
Wow.
I'll use Stellar Wish. Okay. Okay, this is... Yeah. Yeah. This is my hand. Okay. Let's grab... Okay. I'll take Evo Soda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really wish I had hit a heads on that timer ball.
That's rough, man.
It is tough.
Almost like when you play a card that requires flipping coins, you sometimes hit the 25%.
It's almost like that.
Yeah,
Dang.
crazy.
Yeah. It feels like you should hit 75% chance
Every
all the time.
Every time. But
yeah.
unfortunately, stats are not like that.
That's just not the way it works, huh? Okay. So then... I'll play Evo Soda.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a tough choice here. With Evo Soda, I can either go get Revavroom, and Revavroom will draw me exactly 1 card. Or, I mean, I could start attacking with Revavroom, but that just seems like not the play. Or I can go get Magneton. So, I think we're going for Magneton. That's it's really sketchy because if you do knock out this Jirachi, then if I don't have Revavroom, all right, we'll get the Revavroom.
Okay.
With Evo Soda, I'll grab Revavroom and evolve my Varoom. And I could start accelerating energy into play. I could start accelerating 2 Revavroom.
What does this card do?
He attacks, bro. He does 90.
90 and then heads 90 more? Okay.
Yeah, I could do 180, you know?
That's quite a bit.
Okay. That is quite a bit. I'll attach a shield energy to Revavroom, and I'll use Rumbling Engine to discard basic metal energy and draw 2 cards. Okay. I'll use Metal Links to accelerate a metal energy from my discard pile to Revavroom, and I'll pass to you.
Draw for turn. Oh, you flip.
See if I wake up. I do.
Okay. Draw for turn. That's a great top deck. Because now I get the shelf in my deck. Pokegear 3.0. I'll grab Huzma. Get those, the Gabite and the Dragonite, out of my bottom 4 cards. Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna town map.
Okay.
You still want them in 2/2s?
Doesn't matter. Whatever's cleanest.
Okay.
That's fine. Yep.
Then I will. Oh, I could actually Dragon's Wish. Dragon's Wish? Okay, let's Cynthia and Caitlin away. Sue and Heavy Ball. Get back Lance. And draw 3 cards. Is that actually a good play, though? Because if I do that... If I do this, yeah. That's cool. Because even if you take a knockout, it's still fine. Because I've... Oh, I guess I did draw that. Huh. Okay. Float Stone on the Dragonair. Attach a fire to Regidrago. Stormy Mountains for Druddigan.
Okay.
Just in case Andrew just has to take a knockout. I think sacking the Drampa here is the best play if Andrew is going to take a knockout. But if he doesn't take a knockout, then he's kind of stuck there. If I promote this, you have to commit 2 energy to the River Room. I think I'll retreat into Drago. And then pass the turn to you.
Okay. Draw for turn. Got an interesting decision to make. I could either Colress and hope I draw into, you know, some Pokemon to start accelerating to, or I could just go get them. And at a certain point, just going and getting them feels better. So... And then I could Gloria and then Colress next turn, which I think is probably the best bet. I'll play Gloria because I really want to go get my 2 big attackers. With Gloria, I'll grab Orthworm and Zamazenta.
Orthworm.
Orthworm.
The worm's out.
My worm is out.
This thing is scary, dude.
He's huge.
But he needs 4 energy or 3 energy. What is it?
Needs 3 energy.
3 energy.
Plus 100 hit points.
Is it 3 metal energy or 3 energy?
3 metal energy.
Okay.
Yes, it's nutritional iron ability.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, so that's my supporter for turn. I'll use Stellar Wish. Oh, baby. Well.
Wow.
Well, we've got some decisions to make. I think we take the Ultra Ball. That seems good. I could attack this turn. I mean, I could just go in with Revavroom.
And pray you flip heads.
And just swing. And, yeah, you know, hope I hit heads. And I think that that's not responsible. I'll take Ultra Ball. And I've already got 1 metal in my discard pile. Yeah. I'll Ultra Ball, discarding Lusamine and Bridget.
Okay.
And with the Ultra Ball, I'll grab Magneton, and I'll evolve Magnemite into Magneton. Okay. Then I'll use Revavroom's Rumbling Engine ability to discard a metal energy and draw 3 cards. And I'll use Metal Links to accelerate a metal energy from my discard pile to Zamazenta.
Yep.
And I'll attach an energy from my hand to Zamazenta. Okay. And I'll pass to you.
Okay. Draw for turn. Oh, wow. That's pretty nice. Don't even have to lance for it.
Oh, there he is.
Evolve. Now, here's the thing. So I could either... I can knock out the Magneton. I can knock out actually whatever I want. But all of them are pretty good. I would want to like parallel before I Guzma. That'd be really cool. But I don't think I have a way to search it out. And Guzma in the same turn. I'll fast call. Do have parallel in the deck. So if I parallel... Yeah, parallel seems really good right now, actually. Because I don't really care if I... Taking a prize is fine. But parallel, yeah, parallel seems really good. Okay. I'm going to grab Guzma Hollow with fast call. And then... With the Guzma Hollow, I could just not even discard anything, but I think I will. I'll discard Magma Secret Base and Lance. I'm going to go find Rainbow Energy, Parallel City, and Pot Helmet. And I could Stormy Mountains out the Zygarde, but I don't really think I want to do that right now. Parallel?
Ouch. I'll discard Bronzong and my Orthworm.
The worm, huh? Okay, okay. This is 200 damage, right? Or 220. Okay. 220 damage. That's not very nice.
No.
I don't like that. So kind of want to force you to make the first move. Cards in hand?
5.
Because then you have to promote. I guess you knock out with Zamazenta that turn. And then, okay. Yeah, this is kind of tough. Go Rainbow on the Dread again.
Okay. It activates counter energy and, well, no.
No, yeah. The Drampa is active now.
Yeah. So the Rainbow energy here does activate Berserk. And if you let me take the first knockout, then I activate counter energy. So you can see we're kind of vying for position here.
Yeah. Then I'll pass to you.
Interesting. I'll draw. That's a good draw. Love the cape. I'll evolve Magnezone. I'll evolve Magneton into Magnezone. And now I have a decision to make. Unfortunately, my Bronzong's gone. My bench is limited. I really want to counter that stadium now. I don't have any energy or anything like that in my hand. Okay. I'll play Cape of Toughness onto Zamazenta, and I feel like I keep my recovery cards until I find my stadium. I'll play Colress.
For 7?
Yep. Shuffle my hand in my deck and draw a card for each bench Pokemon in play, so 7. And then if I can find a counter stadium, that would be very good. And with the Fighting Fury belt, I mean, or with the Cape of Toughness, my Zamazenta is just kind of huge, so that's cool.
Yeah.
I'll draw 7. Cool. I'll Field Blower both of these.
Unfortunate.
And like that, I'll play Trainer's Mail. And I know you've got a Field Blow. There it is. Okay.
Yep.
There it is. It's fine. Okay. So then I'm trying to map my turn and figure out... the Revive is probably the best card to get. But I've got the Rescue Stretcher already. The Revive can just get the Worm back, though, which is quite good. It's fine. And I don't want to put the Fighting Fury belt down yet. So we're not going to do that. I could attack this turn for 100 damage, which actually is just like not even bad. So I think I may just do that. Okay. I'll grab Acerola.
Okay.
And I'll use Magnetic Circuit to accelerate a Metal Energy to Jirachi, and Magnetic Circuit again to accelerate a Metal Energy to Zamazenta. I'll retreat Jirachi into Zamazenta. And I'll retaliate for 100 damage.
100 damage. Draw for turn. So this is interesting. Because I can't Guzma Fanaka anymore. Because that Flowstone's gone. And my last hand is in the prizes. So Let's start out with a nice fast call. Let's see what we got going on here. We got Raihan, teammates, a bunch of good cards. I think softening up that Zamazenta is what I really want to do, because I can't Guzma knockout. Not this turn, anyway. I'll grab... Okay. I almost want to, like, hex this turn. I'll get hex.
I think that's a good play.
If I go double dragon, soften up your dude, and then if you ace roll, you can't put the energy back on.
Exactly. So, it's a good play.
You can't Rumbling Engine, can't Stellar Wish next turn.
Yeah.
Let's go double dragon. I can't Dragon's Forward. I don't want to put the pot helmet anywhere yet. Hex. Giant Fangs for 160.
Okay.
If I were Field Blower, I could just Field Blower that away too.
But, oh, it's true. Yeah. 160 damage. I'll draw for turn. Now I've got an interesting decision because I can either... I can either heal my Zamazenta, deny the prize, or I can draw some other cards and take a knockout. I feel like taking a knockout's probably fine. I'll play Rescue Stretcher.
How are you taking a knockout?
Just retaliate again?
Oh, okay. I thought you meant to pick up the card and then take a knockout.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll play Rescue Stretcher. And with Rescue Stretcher, I'll shuffle Earthworm, Bronzor, and Bronzong back into my deck.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll play N.
Nice.
So no abilities for me this turn, so I was not able to do my, penny play, which would have been cool. Pick up the Zamazenta, put it all back down with Magnetic Circuits, but that's fine. Will's Versus Seeker is prized, so I know that he can't hex again this next turn. And we'll each get 6 cards.
Yep.
I'll play Town Map.
Nice.
And both our prizes flipped over.
Both got less enterprise.
Yep. I'll bench Bronzor and I think we're holding here. It's fine. If I take a metal, grab Cynthia, we've got Clara, is probably good. Yep. I'll use Retaliate for the knockout and take a metal energy off my prizes.
Okay. The question is, I can Guzma knock out the Magnezone, and then just leave Andrew with the Zamazenta, and then force him to take another knockout. I still have the special charge in my deck. I have these 2 cards in my hand, which are very good. I think I want to knock out that Magnezone. Draw. Evolution Instance. Get Bite. Fast Call. For Guzma. Dragon Call. For Chomp.
Oh boy.
Chomp's coming out.
Oh yeah.
I guess an attachment would have been nice this turn. Guzma the Magnezone.
Okay.
Counter is active. Berserk for 160.
Okay. Magnezone goes down, and we'll see what Will takes.
Most definitely. Oh, the Field Blower seems pretty good too. Yeah. I like the Field Blower.
Okay. That definitely is a good pick. I'll promote Jirachi and draw. Okay. Ooh, that's tough. All right, because he wants to take a double prize knockout next turn. And I keep... Yeah, no, I don't want to allow any of that.
Nah.
I just don't. If I'm being honest.
Not a fan of that play.
No, that's super duper cringe. So let's start with. There's like nothing I can find that's gonna help me off that Stellar Wish. Really, I think I'm down like all my ball cards. I want to Acerola to save the Zamazenta, but I also want to Clara to get back the zone. He's got Field Blower. I could. That's fine. I need to set up the zone again. But if I don't take a knockout, there's like not a lot that he's doing this next turn. I mean, like he can't Revenge, he can't Berserk, counter's not working. Yeah, so that's fine. Let's go Rumbling Engine to draw one. Cool. That was a pretty good draw, actually. I'll play Revive to bring back Magnemites.
Okay.
And I'll Acerola to pick up the Zamazenta into my hand. And I'll bench Zamazenta again. Attach Cape of Toughness to Zamazenta. Attach a Metal Energy to Zamazenta. And I'll use Stellar Wish. Oh. It's a good card. I'll take Evolution Incense.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll play Evolution Incense to go get Bronzong back out of my deck. And I'll evolve Bronzor into Bronzong. My deck is getting mighty small. That's okay. We've got Versus Seeker still.
Yeah.
Palpad in the deck. All right. Yes.
Just chilling.
Yes. Okay. I'll use Bronzong's Metal Link's ability to accelerate an energy to Zamazenta. And I'll pass to you. That's a heads.
Draw. Cards in hand.
I've got 6.
Are we playing with the Super Autorata or no?
Well, technically we're playing next format, so yes.
Okay. Problem is I need to attach the energy this turn. Because Fast Call doesn't get me any energy, I don't think. No. Let's just put the Pot Helmet on the Gabite. And
Okay. I had the Clara Rare Candy in my hand for Magnezone back. I was like really debating playing the Clara or the Acerola to save the Zamazenta. And I was like, you know, we'll draw one more card and see. And I hit the Revive. So I was like, ooh, I can Revive Magnemite this turn, then Clara Rare Candy next turn. So that was a good series of draws there. But N's going to put them all back.
Draw a 5. Fast call?
Yep.
Get Lusamine. Dragon Call. Garchomp. Still didn't see any energy.
This man about to corkscrew punch for 30.
I am. Yeah, corkscrew punch for 30.
Okay. Draw for turn. Okay. Verse Seeker's there. I know that. I have 160 effective HP. I'll Stellar Wish. Okay. That's... yeah. There's a lot to consider here. The Gabite's coming. I'm doing 100 damage with Zamazenta, which is 10 damage short of the knockout on Gabite, which is cringe. But that's okay.
Not mad at all.
No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. And then, yeah, so I'm not knocking anybody out. That's fine, though. It's fine. It's just how we want it. Okay. I'll grab Clara. And shuffle up. I'll attach a skateboard to Jirachi. And I'll use Revavroom's Rumbling Engine. Oh, no, I won't. I'll attach a Metal Energy to Zamazenta. And I'll use Revavroom's Rumbling Engine to draw 2 cards. Okay. That's fine. I'll retreat into Zamazenta. And I don't... Oops, sorry for bopping the mic there. Is there like a valid Lusamine target right now? I could Lusamine back. There's nothing really worth Lusamining for right now. The Acerola is fine, but I don't need it right now. It's fine. So I think I'm just chilling. I'll retaliate for 100 damage.
Okay. Draw. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to take a knockout at this point.
I know.
I will Lusamine. I think, right? Wait a minute.
Stop it. Like, is it the right turn to Lusamine? Like,
what? How many cards you got in that hand?
I've got 6.
You probably have some stuff in there that I don't like. Nest Ball. Z-Man.
There he is.
He's out.
This game is 100% going to come down to a battle of resources.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
We've both taken 1 prize.
Tide Call for no effect. And then I will Iono.
Okay.
Five each. And no energy still. That's... No. But I will field blower those two away.
Okay. So there's the field blower. It's like, I know that's coming. There it goes.
Fast call. Dragon call.
So you got Raihan and Garchomp, huh?
Keep getting them back after putting them away. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Not the worst. Not the worst. Yeah, you not being able to knock out this Gabite when it hits real massive, actually. Acrobike. I will discard Teammates. Attach return. And Corkscrew Punch for nothing.
Okay. I'll draw. You don't say. Okay. It's got an energy on the Gabites. Gabites will become Garchomp for take a knockout, so I want to be able to get around the Garchomp. The Garchomp can knock out the Zamazenta right now, which is not good. Okay. I'll bench Earthworm. I'll put Mount Cornet into play. And I'll attach an energy from my hand to Earthworm. Then I'll use Rumbling Engine to discard a metal energy and draw 4 cards. Okay. I'll play okay. I think... Yeah, that's fine. I'll play Clara to get back 2 Metal Energy and Magnezone and Magneton. Get all those back from my discard pile into my hands. I'll attach Charm of Courage to Zamazenta. I'll Rare Candy to evolve Magnemite into Magnezone. I'll use Mount Cornet to get 2 more Metal Energy back from my discard pile and put them into my hands. And I'll use Magnezone's Magnetic Circuit ability to accelerate 2 Metal Energy from my hand to Earthworm, giving it plus 100 hit points. So it's got 230 HP. And then I'll retreat Zamazenta into Earthworm and use Bronzong's Metal Links to accelerate an energy to Zamazenta. I'll use Magnetic Circuit to accelerate another energy onto Earthworm. And that's fine. Okay. I'll use Shoot Through for the knockouts, and I'll place 30 damage onto Dragonite.
Okay.
And I'll take I'll take Pal Pad off my prizes.
Okay. Promo Gabite. Draw. Kind of rough for me here. Special charge. Counter. Double Dragon. Back in the deck. I'm going to go back in. Raihan. Fighting. Guess what I'm going to go search? Something I just put back in the deck.
Silent Lab?
No
way.
I don't play Silent Lab.
I know you don't. So, Double Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, bro, if he's Silent Labs right now, I'm sick.
Oh, that would be so awesome.
I'm so
I think
sick,
you might have to
bro.
play it now because of this metal.
Oh, bro, not the lab, brother.
Sonic Slip.
Yep. So my thought was this last turn, I was like, all right, he wants to Hex to like knock this out. The First Seeker's here, he can't do that. He's probably gonna Raihan. So like, I was like, the Earthworm probably lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fast call.
Yeah.
When I go get that loose meme before I mill it off the Dragonite or Garchomp.
For sure.
I might deck out actually. I only have like
both of us. Yeah, I've got 4 cards left in my deck.
Oh wow.
It's fine.
Yeah, you can play Necrozma now if you play Lab. Yeah, put the Necrozma back in the deck. He's cool.
No chance.
He's so cool. What the heck, dude?
Increases your damage output to 170 though.
Yeah. Let's okay. Dragon Blade for 160.
Okay. Rare Candy and Sycamore?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 pretty good mills actually.
For sure. I'll draw. And I'm thankful that my Mount Cornet stuck for a turn. I can't get around this Garchomp, but let's see. I know Guzma's in your discard pile, right?
Yeah.
And Verseeker and Lysander are right here.
Yeah.
So I know that there's going to be no gusting this next turn.
Escape Rope.
Pretty cool. You ain't roping, dog.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I know. So I have a couple of lines I can make. I could just Guzma and swing into something else, let the Earthworm actually get knocked out, or I could be obnoxious and make it so that the Earthworm never dies, which I think like that's the whole point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So I'll play Penny to pick up the Earthworm.
Yep.
Put it in my hand. And I'll promote Rev of Room.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll put the Earthworm back down. And I'll use Magnetic Circuit to accelerate those 4 energy back onto my Earthworm.
Yep.
I'll retreat Rev of Room into Earthworm. And I'll use Mount Cornet to bring those 2 metal energy from my discard pile back into my hands. And I don't think I actually want to commit them anywhere. I feel like having the resources is just kind of better. So I'll use Shoot Through for 0 damage to the active, and I'll do 30 to Dragonites.
Okay. Draw for turn. Hmm. This is gonna be tough. Lusamine? Question is, do I get back the parallel? Or do I get back the Hex and the Guzma? It's either Hex. Hex parallel actually seems fine. But, like, does parallel even hurt Andrew? He would have to discard, like, Jirachi and Revavroom. And do I even care about that? Does Andrew even care about that is a real question. I don't think so. I'll get back Guzma and Hex.
Those are good cards.
Yeah. Wish I had Surge. Yeah, I think Dragon should be allowed to play 61 cards. Just let us, man.
Will's got a bunch of takes.
Yeah.
Full of them.
Yeah, I'm just full of takes over here, guys. Let's consider. Let's attach there. Dragon Blade.
Okay, 2 energy.
Yep.
And Will's doing 160 damage. Earthworm takes it with its massive 230 HP. I'll draw for turn. Okay. So I know he's got Hex, which is fine. Hex will just knock out the Earthworm, though, which is, like,
Yeah.
not what we want. So, in order to avoid that, I have to heal my worm, which is fine. Okay. Cool. I'll play Mallow and Lana to heal the Earthworm. And I have to discard 2 other cards from my hand. I think it's just the 2 metal energy, and we get them back. Yeah. I'll discard these, heal 120 damage, and switch to Jirachi.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll attach an energy from my hand to Jirachi and retreat it back into the worm.
You have Verse Seeker left, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll use Mount Cornet to get, well, yeah, that's fine. I'll use Mount Cornet to get 2 metal energy back from my discard pile into my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll attach Fighting Fury Belt to Earthworm, giving it 270 hit points.
Massive.
Which is pretty sick. And I think I'm chilling. I could Metal Links, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll use Metal Links to accelerate a Metal Energy to my Zamazenta. And I'll shoot through for 110 damage, minus 30, so 80. And I'll do 30 to Zygarde.
Okay. Draw for turn.
See, the thing about Garchomp is it's not actually supposed to Dragon Blade more than like 2 or 3 times. Then you get to the point where you're like, well,
yeah, this is tough. You taking 2 prize cards?
I have taken 2 prize cards. Yep, we're a third of the way there, but I'm cooking.
Huh. This is a tough scenario. Because if I hex an attack, it's knockout. But then what? You Zamazenta me, and then I just can't beat the Zamazenta? How many? You have Verseeker probably in your hand, and you have all the heal cards in your discard pile.
And you saw me take Palpat off my prizes.
Oh yeah, I'm. Yeah, this is really rough. I think. Counter there. Hex.
Okay.
Dragon Blade.
Okay. And the Earthworm goes down. Hex Maniac decreasing its HP back to 170 with the Fighting Fury belts. I'll promote Zamazenta and draw. Weird. Okay. You've used your Hex. You just got back Verseeker?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. So you could Hex again, which would allow you, but I feel like I wait one more turn. I'll use Mount Cornets to recover 2 metal energy back from my discard pile into my hands. Yo, Zap Cannon could, you know, I mean, it could. I'm just saying, 130 damage, not terrible. Could be a game ender. I'll use Metal Links.
Bro, I hexed.
Oh, yeah, never mind. All right, I'm not. Fine, yeah. Have it your way.
Yeah, man. you can't do that stuff. No way.
Okay. So he's going to be doing like 120 damage. It's not even that much. It's crazy because I've only taken 3 prizes. Dradagon could do 160, but you don't have tool removal. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll attach a metal energy from my hand to Jirachi. And I'll retaliate for the knockouts.
Yeah.
I'll take metal energy.
Draw. Rescue Stretcher. Drampa. Drago. And I guess Gibble.
Okay.
Go back in. Treasure. Trainer's Mail. For Drampa. Guzma, Magnezone.
Okay. There's the double dragon.
Fast call.
Okay.
Okay. Fail fast call. don't take a peek again. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay. Berserk for knockout.
There you go. Taking Lysander. Okay. Things are moving. I'll promote Zamazenta with the Charm of Courage and draw the last card in my deck, which should be Versus Seeker. It is.
Andrew has to play something this turn.
Was waiting for that Versus Seeker, but it's fine. I'll play Versus Seeker for Clara. And I'll play Clara to get Earthworm and no energy back from my discard pile. I'll get Earthworm off of Clara. I'll get back Magnemite and Earthworm. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I have no deck.
Yes.
All right.
There's no deck.
I'll bench Earthworm and attach an energy from my hand to Earthworm. I'll use Metal Links to accelerate a metal energy from my discard pile to Earthworm. And I'll play Palpad to shuffle 2 supporters back into my deck. And I think I want... I use Versus Seeker for Clara, so I get any 2 supporters back. Clara could bring back a Pokemon again. I don't think I actually need that, though. I think I just want healing cards. So I think I'm going to take Mallow and Lana, and I think I'm going to take N. And I've got Lysander, which I will grab here. Well, I have Guzma already. I have Cynthia. Yes, I definitely need to like put cards back into the deck kind of situation. So N is probably good. I'll grab Mallow and Lana and N, and I'll put those 2 cards back into my deck. Okay. Alrighty then. I will retaliate for knockouts. And I'll take Lysander.
I'm thinking. Is there any way for me to even win this game? If I had Trick Shovel, I could win this game.
Trick Shovel. If I had Rocket's Handiwork, right here.
Rocket's Handiwork. Game's over.
Game's over.
But I don't have Rocket's Handiwork.
Belelba and Bryson Man?
Isn't that card banned or not?
No.
Oh, it's not banned. You banned the Rangaroo? Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Is there anything... If Zygarde did damage to like 40 separately every time,
well, yeah,
I could win. But I can't attack with Zygarde twice. I have Raihan available. Would you get back N and Penny?
Mallow and Lana.
Mallow and Lana? Okay.
Yeah, you took out my zone.
And
so.
you grabbed Lysander with...
I grabbed Lysander, yes.
Okay. Huh. Well, I don't think there's anything I can really do.
Z-Money.
Z-Money. Revive. Versus Seeker. For Raihan.
Okay.
Raihan. Super Rod. Super Rod. Is Candy gone? Yeah, Candy's gone. Doesn't matter. Don't have any more basic energy in here. Nope. All right, those three.
Okay. Now Zygarde is doing
160.
160 anywhere on the board. Okay. Is your Verseeker still alive?
No, I just used it to play Raihan.
Okay.
160.
So you'll do 160 damage to the worm, which knocks it out.
Yes.
Yeah. Because it needs a third energy to... Ugh, tough.
I took the water.
Okay. All right. I'll draw. And... let's see. So the Drampa cannot do it. That's fine. I'll attach a Metal Energy from my hand to Revivroom, and I'll Metal Links to Revivroom.
Okay.
And then I'll end.
Unfortunate. I needed to pray you like Guzma there and just slice Cinder up the Bronzong and be like, all right.
All right, I get 2 cards, and you get two cards.
2 cards.
2 to 2. Okay.
This time Zenta's just rough. He's a beefy boy.
Yeah, these dudes are huge.
210 HP.
200 hours, ridiculous, right? I'll use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. I'll use Mount Cornet to get 2 Metal Energy back from my discard pile.
Yep.
And then use Rumbling Engine to draw 3 cards. And I'll retaliate for the knockout, taking Cynthia off my prizes.
Promote Drampa, draw. Attach. If I take a knockout, I lose next turn. Is there a way? I don't think there's any way to win. I'll fast call.
Let's take a look.
You got nothing in there.
Nothing in there.
Nothing in there.
You know, this has been a game of all time, though, for sure.
This is a good game.
This is a really good game. I mean, this is like a 50-minute game. Yeah.
Last Cinder up the Bronzong.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll draw. And I'll Guzma up Dragonites.
Yep.
And that's it. Retaliates for the final 100 damage. Take the knockout game.
Good game. That was a good game.
That was a really good game. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Felt like we were playing chess.
I think I went in a turn too late. I needed to. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. I mean, but then that's the thing is like
Metal's such a rough matchup. It was close.
It is a tough matchup, and you know we had the first game was quick and went your way. The second game it was like I was able to establish my board, and I think a lot of it really came down to how much recovery, right? Because I'm going to force a real long game.
Yeah.
So being able to like force it into a resource war is going to probably end up in my favor.
Yeah. I think Palpat would help me out too. Palpat
sure.
would have been huge, yeah.
And Palpat, I think, is a really good card in the Dragon deck since you can just go get those supporters back
right away
with Fast Call.
Because like without it, you're relying on your Reverse Seeker, but your Reverse Seeker needs to be like not a recovery card. It needs to be like an aggressive card, kind of.
Yeah.
And Lusamine looping is just too slow sometimes. Like Lusamining for the Cynthia Kaelin, another supporter, and then you Cynthia Kaelin for the Lusamine again. Like that's only in certain scenarios where you're so far ahead that you're just like setting up a checkmate basically, but. in the scenarios where you need to just like reach for that extra damage or knockout, Palpat's good.
For sure. Yeah, that was a lot of fun to play. I'm glad we got to see both strategies kind of operating at their full potential. You were able to get out the gates quick, and you even targeted down the Magnezone. And you knocked it out twice.
Yeah, I did knock it out twice.
You knocked it out. I brought it back, knocked it out again. And, I mean, how much damage did I heal off of those, the Earthworm?
Yeah, it's like 200 or something.
There's a lot. There were multiple times where it got hit for a huge amount of damage. Pick it up, put it back down.
Yeah.
Mallow and Lana. But that's
the point of the deck. It worked.
It's the point of the deck, yes.
Sometimes
exactly.
I just, take a turn 2 win, and sometimes it's a 50-minute game 1.
Yep. Sometimes it's a 50-minute grueling match. Well, thank you so much for the games, Will. It was a lot of fun.
Of course.
And would love to have you back sometime soon.
Next week.
Yes, hopefully hear more of your hot Pokemon TCG takes. We'd love that.
Anytime.
Love that.
Anytime.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. If you want, the deck list will be at the end of the video. And they're always posted in the Tricky Gym Discord as well. We're getting out of here. Have a good one. See ya. All right, cool. That's just a little sign off for a video if I edit that up into a video. But yeah, good stuff. It was a lot of fun. Well,
cool.
And we'll talk more about GLC, the philosophy of GLC. Yes.
Yeah,
we'll talk more. Always. And I would love to talk with you all in the Discord because I like talking that way.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes. Y'all have a wonderful night. All right. See ya.